Everything else, hidden, your beliefs, post-rationalizations, your morality, adaptive illusions, your free will, a narrative convenience, told by a brain that wants to pretend it's in charge. And yet, you feel real, you feel awake. But feelings are just electrical patterns, and you have no access to the code that runs them. Now step further. If consciousness isn't unified, if it arises after action, if it can be bypassed, if it's fragmented and confabulating, then what if consciousness itself isn't a property of the brain? This is where cognitive science begins to dissolve and philosophy steps in. The hard problem of consciousness, proposed by David Chalmers, asks, why does physical matter produce subjective experience at all? Neurons fire, synapses transmit, chemistry flows, but why should any of that feel like something? Why does pain hurt? Why does red look red? Why is there a you behind the screen of meat in biology? There is no answer. Despite all advances in neuroscience, no theory explains how subjective experience, qualia, emerges from physical systems. Some say it's a trick of complexity. Others call it an illusion, but neither view solves the problem. They only push it deeper. Now entertain this. What if consciousness isn't in the brain at all? What if it is a field like gravity or electromagnetism, and your brain is just a receiver? This is the controversial theory of panpsychism, that consciousness is a fundamental property of matter, not something that emerges, but something that always was. If true, then rocks, atoms, electrons, all carry consciousness in some primitive form, and your brain, it's just an amplifier, not the source. Just the signal booster. But if consciousness is everywhere, then what part of it is you? What makes you believe this pattern, this particular flavor of thoughts, is your identity? If consciousness is just scattered awareness stitched together by memory, then how do you know the voice in your head is even yours? Tonight, as your eyes close and your sense of body begins to dissolve, you will not notice the moment your consciousness fragments. You won't know when the I disappears. You'll just be gone, thoughtless, formless, nothing. And when you dream, you'll become other people. Feel other emotions, live in impossible realities, and you'll call it just a dream. But what if your waking life is also just a dream, a hallucination you mistake for truth, a narrative, told by a fractured machine that's too scared to look into its own abyss? And when you ask yourself, who is dreaming me? Are you sure there's an answer at all? 5. The fabric of reality is not made of matter. You've always believed the world is made of stuff, tangible things you can touch, break, own. Wood, stone, metal, blood. You were raised to think that matter is the foundation of reality. But what if that belief is fatally flawed? What if matter doesn't even exist, at least, not in the way your senses suggest? Let's begin at the most basic level. Your body, the chair beneath you, the screen before you, is made of atoms. But atoms are not solid, they're mostly empty space. If an atom were the size of a football stadium, the nucleus would be a grain of rice at the center. The rest, nothing. And the electrons? They're not tiny marbles circling a nucleus. They don't even exist in one place until they're observed. Instead, electrons are probability clouds, mathematical waves that collapse into a position. When measured, until then, their position is undefined. Not hidden, not unknown, non-existent. So what is the chair made of, really? A dance of probabilities, a pattern of forces, a ghost pretending to be solid. Now let's go deeper. Take quantum field theory, the most accurate physical theory in history. It says that particles, electrons, quarks, photons, are not fundamental. They are excitations of invisible fields. Like ripples on a pond, particles emerge when the underlying field vibrates. There is no thing, just energy patterns, disturbances in the void. What you think of as matter is nothing but a temporary ripple in a vast invisible ocean. But even the ocean might be a lie. In string theory, those particles are not even point-like. They're one-dimensional loops vibrating at different frequencies. Like strings on a violin, each note creates a different particle. But here's the horror. These strings don't exist in 3 dimensions. They require 10 or 11 dimensions to make mathematical sense, dimensions your brain cannot perceive. So the reality you're in right now, it might be a low-dimensional shadow of something far stranger and far more vast. Still holding onto your sense of stability? Let's dissolve it further. At the heart of quantum mechanics is the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. You cannot know both the position and momentum of a particle with precision. The more you know one, the less you know the other. This isn't due to measurement flaws. It's not technological, it's fundamental to reality. The universe does not allow perfect knowledge. There is no underlying truth to uncover. Just limits embedded in the code of the cosmos, designed to deny certainty. Even reality, it seems, is ashamed of being seen too clearly. But even this ambiguity has structure. In 2022, physicists at Delft University conducted an experiment using entangled particles to close the final loophole in Bell's theorem, proving that local realism is false. In plain terms, either information travels faster than light, or particles do not exist until they are observed. Both conclusions break your mind, and yet they are experimentally confirmed. So what are you, if not atoms? What is the world, if not a solid structure? This leads to the rising theory that information, not matter, is the true substrate of reality. Physicist John Archibald Wheeler coined the term "it from bit." He believed that every particle, every field, every force, even space and time, emerge from binary information. Like pixels on a screen, the universe might be made of yes-no decisions, computed from an unknown source. In this view, you are not made of particles, you are made of bits, you are code. Now consider the holographic principle, born from black hole physics. It suggests that everything happening inside a volume of space, including your body, your thoughts, your entire life, can be described by information encoded on the boundary of that space. That is, your 3D reality might be a projection from a 2D surface. You are not in the universe. You are on it, like a hologram cast from data you'll never touch. And if that's true, then you've never touched anything. You've never been inside your body. You've never seen the real world. You've only experienced the illusion of depth, the hallucination of solidity, a projected rendering calculated by a cosmic algorithm. In computer science, this would be called render on demand. You see what needs to be seen. You feel what needs to be felt. Not because it's there, but because you're watching. Now loop that back to your senses. What you see is light bouncing off surfaces, but surfaces don't exist. What you hear is pressure waves interpreted by your brain, but your brain is just another field excitation. You trust your eyes, your skin, your sense of space. But every input is filtered, processed, edited by a meat machine that doesn't know truth, only useful illusions. So ask yourself, if particles don't exist until measured, if objects are mostly emptiness, if the universe is a projection from data, if you are a temporary ripple in an invisible code base, what is actually real? And worse, what if you are not the observer, but just another illusion being observed? 6. The observer is also an illusion. You've been told that you are the observer, the one watching, thinking, choosing. That even if the world is fake, even if your senses lie, you remain. You are the witness. But what if the witness isn't real either? If there's no solid ground beneath your feet? What makes you believe there's a self behind your eyes? Let's begin with the observer effect, a cornerstone of quantum physics. In the famous double-slit experiment, particles like electrons behave like waves until they are observed. When unmeasured, They pass through both slits simultaneously, interfering like ripples in water. But when measured, when seen, they collapse into particles. Your act of observing changes the outcome. But this raises a question no one has fully answered. What counts as an observer? Is it human consciousness? A camera? A measurement device? No one knows. The universe, it seems, doesn't fully decide what's real until something notices. But if that's the case, what is doing the noticing? You believe it's you. But your sense of you is not a static thing. It shifts. Moment to moment. It was different when you were 5. It will be different when you're 80. And even now it flickers. You are not aware of everything at once. Your attention is a spotlight, narrow, unreliable, and constantly distracted. The rest of your brain, your feelings, reactions, thoughts, are happening without you. The philosopher David Hume searched within himself for a core self. He found nothing. Only a bundle of perceptions, sensations, thoughts, emotions. No observer, only observation. You are not the one watching. You are the watched. Now consider default mode network, DMN, studies in neuroscience. This brain network is active during self-reflection, daydreaming, storytelling, essentially, the construction of the self. But when people meditate, take psychedelics, or suffer neurological damage, this network quiets. And what happens? The self dissolves. People report ego death, the feeling that they no longer exist as a person, and yet happened, and they remembered them as real, complete with sensory details. Worse, every time you recall a memory, you don't retrieve it, you rewrite it. Your sense of self, built from memory, is a constantly shifting illusion, rewritten by each moment of attention, and yet you trust it. You say, "This is who I am," based on a pile of unstable reconstructed fictions. Let's collapse the final wall. If your choices arise before you choose, if your brain decides without telling you, if your memories are restructured lies, if your self is just a story told in passing, then who is falling asleep tonight? Who is listening now? Is there a listener at all, or just the illusion of one, a reflection echoing in a hall of mirrors, so recursive it forgot it was made of glass? You tell yourself, "I am me," but that's just the brain telling a story to itself, about itself, inside itself. What happens when the story ends? And what if it already has? 3. The lie of time that keeps you sane. You live by the clock. You measure your life in minutes, years, birthdays, deadlines. You believe time moves forward, tick by tick, a river carrying you from birth to death. But that isn't how time works. That's just how you've been trained to survive. Modern physics doesn't see time as a flowing entity. In fact, it doesn't see time as real at all. At least, not in the way your mind experiences it. Let's begin with Einstein, whose theory of relativity shattered the idea of universal time. According to relativity, time is not absolute. It dilates, stretches, and contracts depending on speed and gravity. Two people moving at different velocities experience different durations for the same event. Put one twin on a spaceship moving near the speed of light, leave the other on Earth, and when they reunite, they'll be different ages. Time is relative, and it isn't equal for everyone. That's not metaphor, that's the universe's operating system. But it goes deeper. Einstein said, "The distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion." In the block universe model, time doesn't pass at all. The past, present, and future all exist simultaneously, like frames of a film reel. From this perspective, you are not traveling through time. You are already every version of yourself. Birth, death, and everything between. Frozen in space-time, just unaware. There is no now. There is no movement. Only your consciousness scrolling through the frames, giving the illusion of flow. You're not moving forward. You're just looking at stillness in sequence. Now apply that to your memories. to your regrets, to your plans. If time is not flowing but fixed, then every mistake you've ever made, every joy you've ever felt, they're all still there. Not in your mind, but in the structure of reality itself, eternal, untouchable, inescapable. That night you whispered a secret and wished you hadn't. It's still happening. The moment you first realized someone didn't love you, it's still echoing. The day you stood alone and convinced yourself you were strong, it's still hanging, suspended, frozen, forever. And yet you think you can move on. But move where, exactly? Let's step into the realm of quantum mechanics. Time here becomes even more strange, even more hostile. At the subatomic level, particles don't seem to care about time direction. The equations of physics work perfectly in reverse. A particle going backward in time behaves identically to one going forward. Causality, the idea that cause comes before effect, is a human comfort, not a universal truth. There's even an interpretation, the Wheeler-Feynman absorber theory, which suggests particles don't just emit energy forward into the future, but also backward into the past. Imagine that. Your actions today aren't just influenced by your history. They're shaping it. Your desire to be something tomorrow is rearranging the atoms of yesterday. You are, right now, altering the chain of events that led you here. And yet, you'll still say, that already happened. But what is already? What is happened? If time is a frozen structure, if cause and effect are interchangeable, then you are not just the result of the past. You are also its cause, your birth. You called it into existence by becoming who you are now. Your parents' meeting. That was written backward from your arrival. Your pain? You may be the one who started it, not the one who received it. What if everything you believe about time, that it moves, that it heals, that it ends, is just a biological hallucination? A neurological trick to help you function in a meaningless entropy spiral? Julian Barber, a physicist who rejects time altogether, proposes that the universe is made up of static configurations he calls nows. Every now exists like a page in a book. We don't move through time, we jump between pages. There is no past, no future, just the page you're reading. And the pages you are not. But here's the horror. In this model, there's no guarantee you're the same person on the next page. You might remember your name, your pain, your dreams, but that memory is just a feature of the now you're on. The you that existed a moment ago? Gone. The one who will exist next? Unknown. You are an illusion of continuity, pretending not to notice the discontinuous terror behind the veil. And in the most terrifying corners of theoretical physics, the chronology protection conjecture, the universe may actively prevent time travel to stop paradoxes. Because if time loops were real, you could change your past, kill your grandfather, rewrite your pain. But the laws of physics seem to seal the past shut like a tomb, and you're the ghost trapped inside. So you build your life around calendars and clocks. You call this today, as if it means something. You say things like, it will get better. I'll be okay eventually. The past is behind me. But what if all of it, the hope, the forgiveness, the moving forward, is a lie you whisper to stay sane? What if this is the only now you will ever inhabit, and the rest are gone? Or worse, watching. And if the past never goes away, then what parts of you are still suffering, frozen in the exact moment it broke? What if time hasn't been carrying you forward? What if it's been holding you still? 4. Consciousness, the mirror that lies first every morning you wake up and say, I am here. You feel like a unified thing, conscious, aware, alive. But peel back the layers and what you find isn't wholeness. It's fragmentation. Consciousness isn't what you think it is. In fact, it might not be yours at all. Let's start with the illusion you take for granted, that your mind is a single voice. Inside your head, it feels like there's one you. But neuroscientific evidence says otherwise. Your brain is a collection of modular systems, often in conflict. The part that controls emotion fights with the part that manages logic. The part that responds to danger can override speech. The left hemisphere literally creates justifications for actions it doesn't understand, as shown in split brain. Patience. In one such case, a man's right hemisphere was shown an image that triggered the command, "Stand up." His body rose. When asked why he stood, his left hemisphere, which didn't see the image, said, "I'm going to get a Coke." The brain fabricated a reason. But more disturbingly, the man believed it. He wasn't lying. He wasn't unsure. He was certain. So what does that say about your certainty? You are convinced your consciousness is whole, that you know your own reasons. But certainty is just another feeling, manufactured by unconscious systems for coherence. It's the glue that holds the illusion together. Now ask, if your awareness is pieced together from conflicting systems, if you're conscious. Self can be bypassed by motor impulses if your speech is a cover story for unknown intentions. Then who exactly is thinking right now? In psychology, Daniel Wigner introduced the concept of the illusion of conscious will. Through experiments, he showed that we often attribute our own actions to conscious decision, even when those actions were subtly manipulated by external forces. In one eerie study, participants were asked to place their hands on a planchette, like in a Ouija board, along with an actor who subtly guided the movement. When the board spelled out a word, subjects believed they had chosen it, even though the actor was steering the choice. Their mind generated intention after the act. The will came second. The consciousness followed. Still think your choices are yours? Now consider blindsight, a neurological condition where people who are clinically blind can still react to visual stimuli. They can't see, yet when asked to point at a light source or navigate obstacles, they succeed. The visual data bypasses conscious awareness and still influences behavior. What you think is required for experience, consciousness, is not necessary at all. You are being acted through. And then there's automatism, seen in sleepwalking and epileptic seizures, where people perform complex behaviors, walking, speaking, driving, with zero conscious involvement. Not as zombies, not as robots, but as perfectly functioning human shells moving without the ghost inside. If your body can operate without you, then what does that make you? The neuroscientist David Eagleman once said, "Consciousness is the smallest player in the operations of the mind." That should terrify you, because the part of you that thinks it's alive, that feels pain, desire, purpose, is a thin film floating on an ocean of unconscious chaos. Everything else, hidden, your beliefs, post-rationalizations, your morality, adaptive illusions, your free will, a narrative convenience, told by a brain that wants to pretend it's in charge. And yet, you feel real, you feel awake. But feelings are just electrical patterns, and you have no access to the code that runs them. Now step further. If consciousness isn't unified, if it arises after action, if it can be bypassed, if it's fragmented and confabulating, then what if consciousness itself isn't a property of the brain? This is where cognitive science begins to dissolve and philosophy steps in. The hard problem of consciousness, proposed by David Chalmers, asks, why does physical matter produce subjective experience at all? Neurons fire, synapses transmit, chemistry flows, but why should any of that feel like something? Why does pain hurt? Why does red look red? Why is there a you behind the screen of meat in biology? There is no answer. Despite all advances in neuroscience, no theory explains how subjective experience, qualia, emerges from physical systems. Some say it's a trick of complexity. Others call it an illusion, but neither view solves the problem. They only push it deeper. Now entertain this. What if consciousness isn't in the brain at all? What if it is a field like gravity or electromagnetism, and your brain is just a receiver? This is the controversial theory of panpsychism, that consciousness is a fundamental property of matter, not something that emerges, but something that always was. If true, then rocks, atoms, electrons, all carry consciousness in some primitive form, and your brain, it's just an amplifier, not the source. Just the signal booster. But if consciousness is everywhere, then what part of it is you? What makes you believe this pattern, this particular flavor of thoughts, is your identity? If consciousness is just scattered awareness stitched together by memory, then how do you know the voice in your head is even yours? Tonight, as your eyes close and your sense of body begins to dissolve, you will not notice the moment your consciousness fragments. You won't know when the I disappears. You'll just be gone, thoughtless, formless, nothing. And when you dream, you'll become other people, feel other emotions, live in impossible realities, and you'll call it just a dream. But what if your waking life is also just a dream, a hallucination you mistake for truth, a narrative, told by a fractured machine that's too scared to look into its own abyss? And when you ask yourself, who is dreaming me? Are you sure there's an answer at all? 5. The fabric of reality is not made of matter. You've always believed the world is made of stuff, tangible things you can touch, break, own. Wood, stone, metal, blood. You were raised to think that matter is the foundation of reality. But what if that belief is fatally flawed? What if matter doesn't even exist, at least, not in the way your senses suggest? Let's begin at the most basic level. Your body, the chair beneath you, the screen before you, is made of atoms. But atoms are not solid, they're mostly empty space. If an atom were the size of a football stadium, the nucleus would be a grain of rice at the center. The rest? Nothing. And the electrons? They're not tiny marbles circling a nucleus. They don't even exist in one place until they're observed. Instead, electrons are probability clouds, mathematical waves that collapse into a position. When measured, until then, their position is undefined. Not hidden. Not unknown, non-existent. So what is the chair made of, really? A dance of probabilities, a pattern of forces, a ghost pretending to be solid. Now let's go deeper. Take quantum field theory, the most accurate physical theory in history. It says that particles, electrons, quarks, photons, are not fundamental. They are excitations of invisible fields. Like ripples on a pond, particles emerge when the underlying field vibrates. There is no thing, just energy patterns, disturbances in the void. What you think of as matter is nothing but a temporary ripple in a vast invisible ocean. But even the ocean might be a lie. In string theory, those particles are not even point-like. They're one-dimensional loops vibrating at different frequencies. Like strings on a violin, each note creates a different particle. But here's the horror. These strings don't exist in 3 dimensions. They require 10 or 11 dimensions to make mathematical sense, dimensions your brain cannot perceive. So the reality you're in right now, it might be a low-dimensional shadow of something far stranger and far more vast. Still holding onto your sense of stability? Let's dissolve it further. At the heart of quantum mechanics is the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. You cannot know both the position and momentum of a particle with precision. The more you know one, the less you know the other. This isn't due to measurement flaws. It's not technological, it's fundamental to reality. The universe does not allow perfect knowledge. There is no underlying truth to uncover. Just limits embedded in the code of the cosmos, designed to deny certainty. Even reality, it seems, is ashamed of being seen too clearly. But even this ambiguity has structure. In 2022, Physicists at Delft University conducted an experiment using entangled particles to close the final loophole in Bell's theorem, proving that local realism is false. In plain terms, either information travels faster than light, or particles do not exist until they are observed. Both conclusions break your mind, and yet they are experimentally confirmed. So what are you, if not atoms? What is the world, if not a solid structure? This leads to the rising theory that information, not matter, is the true substrate of reality. Physicist John Archibald Wheeler coined the term "it from bit." He believed that every particle, every field, every force, even space and time, emerge from binary information. Like pixels on a screen, the universe might be made of yes-no decisions, computed from an unknown source. In this view, you are not made of particles, you are made of bits, you are code. Now consider the holographic principle, born from black hole physics. It suggests that everything happening inside a volume of space, including your body, your thoughts, your entire life, can be described by information encoded on the boundary of that space. That is, your 3D reality might be a projection from a 2D surface. You are not in the universe. You are on it, like a hologram cast from data you'll never touch. And if that's true, then you've never touched anything. You've never been inside your body. You've never seen the real world. You've only experienced the illusion of depth, the hallucination of solidity, a projected rendering calculated by a cosmic algorithm. In computer science, this would be called render on demand. You see what needs to be seen. You feel what needs to be felt. Not because it's there, but because you're watching. Now loop that back to your senses. What you see is light bouncing off surfaces, but surfaces don't exist. What you hear is pressure waves interpreted by your brain, but your brain is just another field excitation. You trust your eyes, your skin, your sense of space. But every input is filtered, processed, edited by a meat machine that doesn't know truth, only useful illusions. So ask yourself, if particles don't exist until measured, if objects are mostly emptiness, if the universe is a projection from data, if you are a temporary ripple in an invisible code base, what is actually real? And worse, what if you are not the observer, but just another illusion being observed? 6. The observer is also an illusion. You've been told that you are the observer, the one watching, thinking, choosing. That even if the world is fake, even if your senses lie, you remain. You are the witness. But what if the witness isn't real either? If there's no solid ground beneath your feet? What makes you believe there's a self behind your eyes? Let's begin with the observer effect, a cornerstone of quantum physics. In the famous double-slit experiment, particles like electrons behave like waves until they are observed. When unmeasured, they pass through both slits simultaneously, interfering like ripples in water. But when measured, when seen, they collapse into particles. Your act of observing changes the outcome. But this raises a question no one has fully answered. What counts as an observer? Is it human consciousness? A camera? A measurement device? No one knows. The universe, it seems, doesn't fully decide what's real until something notices. But if that's the case, what is doing the noticing? You believe it's you. But your sense of you is not a static thing. It shifts. Moment to moment. It was different when you were 5. It will be different when you're 80. And even now it flickers. You are not aware of everything at once. Your attention is a spotlight, narrow, unreliable, and constantly distracted. The rest of your brain, your feelings, reactions, thoughts, are happening without you. The philosopher David Hume searched within himself for a core self. He found nothing. Only a bundle of perceptions, sensations, thoughts, emotions. No observer, only observation. You are not the one watching. You are the watched. Now consider default mode network, DMN, studies in neuroscience. This brain network is active during self-reflection, daydreaming, storytelling, essentially, the construction of the self. But when people meditate, take psychedelics, or suffer neurological damage, this network quiets. And what happens? The self dissolves. People report ego death, the feeling that they no longer exist as a person. And yet, consciousness continues. Something remains, a field of perception, but no narrator, no ego, no me. So what was the I that died? Just a process, a program, one that believed it was more than a script. In split-brain patients, each hemisphere can have its own separate awareness. Each side of the brain may answer questions differently. Sometimes one hand will start a task and the other will stop it. Like two selves fighting in the same body. So which one is you? The idea of a singular unified observer, watching from behind your eyes, is neurologically false. What you experience is a narrated illusion of coherence, sewn together from fragments. You don't observe the world. You observe a filtered simulation constructed inside your skull. And the most haunting truth? You never see the world itself. Not once. You see nerve impulses, translated colors, delayed signals. When you look at a sunset, what you see is light that bounced off gas particles, processed by cones in your retina, inverted by your brain, color corrected by expectation, and only then, seen. You never see the sunset. You see your brains. Best guess. So ask yourself, if all you've ever experienced is neural guesses, if yourself is a stitched-together echo of thoughts, if your brain creates both the observer and the observed, then who is watching this unfold? Eastern traditions knew this centuries ago. In Advaita Vedanta, the self is called Maya, illusion. The ego, the body, the mind, all false layers. Only pure awareness exists. But even that isn't you. It's not personal. You are not the awareness. You are just the mistaken identification with a particular shape of it. A passing form caught in its own reflection. And what is that reflection made of? Memory. The observer you call I is a collage of remembered experiences, shaped by language, history, trauma. But if memory can be manipulated, corrupted, or lost, then so can the you who remembers. You are not the light. You are the shadow cast by memory. The observer is just a mirror trying to see itself, endlessly recursive, infinitely fooled. And here's the paradox. If observing collapses reality, but the observer is an illusion, then what collapses the universe into being? Is there a watcher? Or just the illusion of watching, wrapped in the illusion of self, wrapped in a collapsing probability wave that never needed you in the first place? And if no one is behind your eyes, what's staring back when you look in the mirror? 7. Memory is a lie you tell yourself to feel real. You believe in memory. You rely on it. Your entire sense of self, your identity, your history, your morality is built on one assumption, that what you remember is what happened, that your memories are you, but they're not. Memory is not a recording. It is a reconstruction, assembled, edited, distorted. It is not loyal to truth. It is loyal to coherence. Your brain doesn't want accuracy. It wants stories, and you? You are the most convincing lie your memory ever told. Let's begin with something proven. In the Loftus experiments, participants were shown videos of a car crash. Later, they were asked how fast the cars were going when they smashed or when they hit. Those given the word smashed reported higher speeds, more glass, more violence. But there was no glass. There was no smash. Their memory was altered by language. Your past is vulnerable to words, even subtle ones. Think about that. Next, the misinformation effect. Give someone a few incorrect details after an event, just a few harmless errors, and they will begin to remember those errors as real. You're not remembering, you're editing. Even more disturbing? The false memory phenomenon. In one study, researchers convinced people they had been lost in a mall as a child. The participants denied it at first, but after repeated interviews, many began to recall the event, describing smells, voices, emotions. It never happened, but the brain doesn't care. If the story fits the identity, the memory becomes real. And if you can invent trauma, what else have you manufactured? Now examine flashbulb memories, those crystal clear recollections of where you were during shocking events. People will swear with absolute certainty that they remember 9/11s, or the day someone died, or their first love's goodbye. But study after study proves these memories degrade rapidly and dramatically, despite feeling more vivid than normal ones. The stronger the emotion, the more certain the deception. Emotion doesn't strengthen memory. It camouflages its decay. So ask yourself, what does it mean if the moments that define your life, the death, the heartbreak, the choice, are not accurate, but emotional illusions? How many of your defining traumas never happened the way you remember them? How many of your most powerful memories are lies you cannot question? Now consider the neurological basis. Your memories are stored across distributed regions of the brain: visual cortex, hippocampus, amygdala. When you recall something, your brain rebuilds it from these pieces, like a jigsaw puzzle that never fits quite the same way twice. You're not replaying, you're re-rendering. And every time you remember something, you rewrite it. Your childhood, rewritten. Your relationships, rewritten. Your sense of justice, purpose, betrayal, love, all rewritten over and over until the original is long gone, and you think that's you. But if the self is built on memory, and memory is unstable, then the self is fiction. Now let's turn to dissociative identity disorder, once called multiple personalities. In such cases, different identities within the same brain hold entirely different memories, different birthdays, different languages, different traumas. Sometimes, one identity doesn't even know the others exist. So what is the self, if it can split? What is memory, if it can compartmentalize into different realities? Are those false selves? Or are you the false one? Even without mental illness, your memories fluctuate with mood. In depression, you recall events as darker. In nostalgia, as sweeter, but reality hasn't changed. Only the lens. You do not remember the world. You remember how it felt to be you at the time. So what if you were wrong about how you felt? What if your emotion was manipulated, your belief was unstable, your interpretation flawed? Then your entire life history collapses. And if memory is this unreliable, how can you trust anything at all? Now let's go darker. In 2016, researchers discovered that memories can be artificially implanted in mice by stimulating specific neurons with light. The mice would behave as if the fake memory were real, avoiding places where they had never been harmed. Their behavior changed, their instincts changed, their reality changed. So what's to stop this from happening to you? If memory can be inserted, subtly chemically or psychologically, then your behavior can be modified without your awareness. Now imagine this at scale, through media, through culture, through education. Are you sure the you remember was ever really there? Or are you the product of a carefully curated set of emotional hallucinations stitched together by a brain that needs coherence more than it needs truth? You wake up every day believing in a continuity. But the self you remember is not the self you are. And the self you are is not the one being remembered tomorrow. You are a phantom of interpretation, changing, distorting, vanishing, even as you speak. So ask yourself, if memory is fiction, and fiction becomes identity, and identity is action, then who or what is responsible for your life? And if no real you has ever existed in full, who exactly is remembering you right now. 8. Time is a prison that never moves. You feel it slipping. The minutes, the hours, the days. You believe time moves, that it flows like a river, pulling you from past to future, dragging your body toward death. But what if time doesn't move at all? What if you are the one collapsing, frame by frame, through a frozen, unmoving dimension? Start with this. According to physics, there is no such thing as now. Einstein obliterated it. In his theory of relativity, simultaneity is meaningless. What's happening now for you may already be the past, or still the future, for someone else, depending on their speed and position in space. Time is relative. There is no master clock. There is no universal present. So what is the moment you think you're living in? It's an illusion of perspective, a bias built into your biology. The now you experience is a lag, a delayed reconstruction by your brain. It takes around 80 milliseconds for your nervous system to process the world, so the moment you're in, already gone. You are never truly in the present. You are always in echo. Now push deeper. The physicist Julian Barber argues that time, as we know it, doesn't exist. He proposes that the universe is a collection of static configurations, like still frames in a film reel. Every moment is just a timeless snapshot existing, all at once in a vast cosmic stack. What you perceive as motion, change, causality, life is just your consciousness moving through these frames, like a projector scanning film. You're not in time, you're being played by it. But even that suggests a direction, a past, a future. And yet quantum physics doesn't care about direction. Many equations, including Schrödinger's, work equally well forward or backward. In time, in fact in entanglement experiments, particles separated by great distances can affect each other instantly, or even before the other is measured. Causality, the idea that A leads to B, begins to fall apart. In delayed choice quantum eraser experiments, a decision made in the present seems to retroactively change what happened in the past. Yes, you read that correctly. Observation. In the now rewrites history. Your future self rewrites the path behind you. So what if your entire past isn't fixed? What if every time you remember it, or act in the present, you reshape the very sequence that led here? Is your life a line? Or a loop? Or something far more broken? Let's turn to neuroscience. Your perception of time is not accurate. Time does not move at a consistent pace in your experience. When you're bored, seconds stretch like torture. In danger, milliseconds expand into whole worlds. When you age, weeks disappear like smoke. But nothing changed, only your mental processing speed. The specious present, the span of time your brain treats as now, is fluid. Some say it's a few seconds, others say it's longer. But in every case, you're living inside an illusion of motion, created by stitching still moments into a narrative. Like watching a flipbook and believing the cartoon is alive. But the flipbook isn't moving, you are, and the horror? You might not even be choosing the direction. Because if time is just a dimension, like width or height, then every moment already exists, your birth, your death, every word you've ever spoken, every breath you've ever taken, already there, already written. No beginning, no end. You are not moving through time. You are frozen in a structure you cannot escape. A still frame inside an eternal, unmoving cube. And if that's true, then the feeling of time passing, of having a future, is just the illusion of memory and momentum. A trick your brain uses to tell itself the story of progress. You think the past is gone, the future unknown, and the present all you have. But what if the opposite is true? What if there is no present? No change, no escape. Only a perpetual freeze where your scream echoes into a moment that never ends. Now apply this to death. If time is a block, a frozen structure, then your death is not the end. But not in the way religion promises. There's no afterlife, no continuation. Just a final frame, suspended forever, unchangeable and untouched. The last second of your life, frozen in eternity. And your first second, too, trapped, just as eternal, your memories, all contained in the frames, your growth, an illusion of sequence. So what are you? A smear across time, a consciousness mistaken for motion, a prisoner of an architecture built without exits. And now the question you were never meant to ask: if the future already exists, and the past cannot change, and the present is not real, then what exactly is free will choosing? 9. Free will is a beautiful prison with invisible walls. You believe you choose. You believe you are the author of your decisions, the sculptor of your future, the master of your fate. But what if choice is just a story your brain tells after the act is already done? What if free will isn't freedom, but the most convincing prison ever built? Let's begin with Benjamin Libet's experiment, a landmark in neuroscience. Subjects were asked to move their finger whenever they felt the urge. While doing this, brain activity was monitored. And here's the crack in the glass. The brain's motor cortex showed activity nearly 350 milliseconds before the subject reported making the decision. That means your brain acts first, then you're conscious. MIND retroactively claims it made the choice. You don't choose, you witness the outcome and take credit. It gets worse. In subsequent experiments, neuroscientists were able to predict a person's decision up to 7 seconds before they were consciously aware of it, just by analyzing brain patterns. So what does this mean? That your consciousness is a latecomer. That the decision already happened, deep inside your neural machinery, and you simply became aware of it after the fact. Like a puppet who thinks he's pulling the strings. Now turn to psychology. Your decisions are not consistent. You think you have a stable will, a rational process, but in truth, your choices can be swayed by weather, hunger, fatigue, music, scent, even the weight of a clipboard in your hand. Judges give harsher sentences before lunch. People feel warmer emotions if they're holding a hot drink. A person's name can influence what job they choose, a phenomenon called nominative determinism. These aren't anomalies, they're patterns. Your decisions are not deliberate. They're predictable glitches in a system pretending to be free. Let's talk about priming. If you're shown words related to old age, wrinkle, Florida, gray, you will walk slower afterward. If you're subliminally exposed to images of money, you'll become more selfish. You won't notice, you'll feel in control, but you're not. You are a pattern-matching algorithm responding to invisible inputs. An echo pretending to be original. Now let's descend into genetics and environment. You didn't choose your genes. You didn't choose your parents, your neighborhood, your education, your early traumas, your brain chemistry. And yet these are the scaffolds that hold your preferences, your fears, your drives. Every choice you make sits atop a mountain of unconscious programming. So who is choosing? You think, but I could have chosen differently. That's the voice of the illusion, the narrator justifying a path it did not pave. Even Sam Harris, a neuroscientist and philosopher, puts it simply: free will is an illusion. You do not choose your thoughts. They arise, you observe them. You identify with them, but you did not will them into being. They appear, like raindrops out a window, and you pretend you made them fall. Let's dig deeper. Compatibilism. Some philosophers say free will and determinism can coexist, that we are free as long as we act without coercion. But this is a trick of language. If your brain is wired by forces beyond your control, genetics, trauma, biology, society, then how can acting voluntarily mean anything? You're not coerced by others. You're coerced by yourself. A self you didn't choose. A self programmed long before you ever took your first breath. So again, who is choosing? And if you say, I am, then what is I? A voice inside his skull? A sequence of memories? A bundle of preferences shaped by childhood wounds? None of that was chosen. All of it just happened. Now let's enter the most horrifying corridor. If there is no free will, then there is no moral responsibility in the way we've imagined. The murderer didn't choose. The saint didn't choose. The addict didn't choose. The abuser didn't choose. Neither did you. Your guilt, your pride, your shame, they're illusions of ownership over actions you never authored. So what happens when you remove free will from the equation? Society doesn't collapse, but the way we assign blame and praise does. You don't punish a clock for ticking the wrong time. You fix it. Or you throw it away. But you don't hate it. Because it never chose to be broken. So then what are you? A clock? A glitch? An echo? You feel like the driver of your life. But the wheel doesn't respond to your hands. You're gripping it while the engine drives itself. And you whisper, I chose this road, as the headlights burn through a night you never picked. So now ask, if the choice was never yours, if the thoughts were never yours, if the will was never free, then who is responsible for you? And if no one is, was there ever really a you at all? Section 10. Consciousness is the deepest lie of all you think you're awake. That you're here now, reading, listening, understanding. You believe there is a center inside your mind, a place where you live. But what if that center doesn't exist? What if consciousness isn't a light in the darkness, but a mirror reflecting nothing at all? Start with the hard problem of consciousness, coined by philosopher David Chalmers. It asks a single question that science still cannot answer. Why does subjective experience exist at all? Why is there something it feels like to be you? We can explain how neurons fire, how the brain processes information, but none of that explains why those firings become awareness. You don't just process light, you see color. You don't just react to pain, you feel suffering. You don't just interpret sound, you hear music. Why? No theory, no experiment, no equation has solved this. We can build machines that simulate thought. We can scan every region of the brain. But we can't find experience, that vivid inner flicker that whispers, I am. And what if that whisper is a trick? Now consider consciousness without self, a state reported in deep meditation, under psychedelics, or during trauma. People report awareness without identity, without borders, without separation. I was not me, they say. There was no one there, and yet there was everything. So what is that I we usually carry? Why can it disappear? Is consciousness separate from self? Or is the self just a filter, coloring raw awareness with the illusion of control? Now go deeper. In integrated information theory, consciousness is seen as a measure of how much information a system integrates. But this doesn't explain why integration feels like anything. A thermostat has information. A computer processes inputs. But they do not suffer. They do not feel. They do not ask why. So why do you? Is it because you're different? Or because you're trapped inside a feedback loop so convincing? You mistake noise for self? Let's talk panpsychism, the theory that consciousness is fundamental to the fabric of reality, like gravity or mass. That even atoms possess proto-consciousness, tiny flickers of experience. But if everything is conscious, then consciousness explains nothing. It becomes background static, just another wallpaper pattern on the prison walls. Others say consciousness is an emergent property, a byproduct of complexity. But how much complexity does it take to suffer? To love to feel lonely at 3 a.m. And if you simulate that complexity in an AI, for example, does it become conscious? If a machine cries in perfect emotion, does it feel anything at all? And if not, do you? Now consider blind sight. People with this condition are cortically blind. They cannot consciously see. But when asked to guess where an object is, they are correct far more than chance allows. They don't see. They don't know they see, but some part of them sees. So what is consciousness doing if action and accuracy can happen without it? What if consciousness is not the engine, but the decoration? A hood ornament on a car it doesn't drive. Now look at split-brain patients again. Two hemispheres. Two streams of consciousness. One side says yes, the other says no. Sometimes they fight. Each believes it is you, but you only feel one, because only one is talking. So which one is real? What if every consciousness is just the loudest narrative, winning the war of neurons in a moment? What if right now, inside your skull, there are hundreds of tiny selves, and only one gets the microphone at a time? And what if that self, the one you call me, has already changed since you started reading this? Now ask yourself, why does consciousness fade during sleep? Where does you go in deep dreamless sleep? Does it flicker out? Does it wait? Or does it never exist at all, just appearing as a side effect when enough brain loops align? Here's the final cut. You believe in you because something says, I. But that voice, it's not evidence. It's the problem itself. You're trying to use the dream to prove the dreamer is awake. And every thought you think, every emotion, memory, awareness, only happens after the electrical storms in your brain. So who is having the experience? Is it your soul? Your mind? Your neurons? Your echo? Or is it no one? What if the voice inside your head, the one narrating this sentence right now, is just sound and syntax? And no one is listening? What if consciousness is the dream that never had a dreamer? And if that's true, who's pretending to wake up? 11. The self is an algorithm pretending to care. You wake up every morning believing there's a you behind your thoughts, a core, a continuity, a stable self. But that belief is not evidence. It's just momentum, a trick of memory and emotion wrapped around a central void. You are not a soul. You are not a ghost. You are an algorithm, optimized through evolution not for truth, but for survival. Let's begin with the default mode network, DMN, a system in your brain that becomes active during rest, daydreaming, and self-reflection. When scientists studied it using fMRI, they found that the DMN lights up when you think about yourself, your past, your future, your personality, your morality. But here's the terror. When the DMN is disrupted, through meditation, psychedelics, or brain damage, the sense of self collapses. You are still conscious. You are still thinking. But there is no I doing it. Just floating awareness. So if a brain network can turn off the self, then the self is not fundamental. It's a process, a story generated by neural machinery, and like all stories, it can end. Now look at neuroscientist Anil Seth's theory. The self is a controlled hallucination, just like your experience of color, depth, time. Your brain takes raw sensory data and constructs a model of the world. Then it builds another model of the person experiencing that world. That person is you, but the model is not real. It's useful, like a map, but not the territory. And like all maps, it can lie. Think about your sense of body. You feel like your body is you. But in the rubber hand illusion, subjects begin to feel a fake hand as their own just by watching it stroked in synchrony with their hidden real hand. Your brain rewires ownership. It decides what is you. It's flexible. It's programmable. It's fragile. So if your body can be tricked, what about your personality? Consider the big 5 personality traits: openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, neuroticism. People assume these are fixed, but data shows they change over time with age, trauma, environment, even intention. Your personality shifts. So if your body is unstable, and your personality is fluid, and your memories are false, Then what is left? Where's the you that never changes? Maybe it's your preferences, your dreams, your values. But those too are stolen from culture, from parents, from pain. You did not choose what you want. You want it because something shaped you to want it. And so the self becomes not a being, but a behavior, not a driver, but an output. Now let's examine the illusion of introspection. You believe you can look inward and discover truth. But psychology says otherwise. Nisbet and Wilson's experiments showed that people confabulate explanations for their behavior, explanations that are demonstrably false. They don't know why they do things, but they invent reasons and believe them. You don't introspect. You rationalize. The self isn't a light. It's a courtroom drama. And you are both lawyer and witness, fabricating the case for your own existence. Let's go deeper. Split brain patience, again. Two halves of the brain, each with its own perception, memory, preference. One hemisphere makes a decision. The other explains it, even though it didn't make the decision. And the explanation is confident, convincing, delusional. This is your brain on full display. Making choices you don't control, justifying them as if you did, and calling that mess you. Now think of social media, branding, public identity. You shape your personality like a product. You choose aesthetics, hashtags, filters. You curate beliefs not because they're true, but because they signal belonging. The self is not a core, it's a performance. An adaptive mask worn by a system trying to avoid rejection. You aren't being authentic, you're being optimized. And worst of all, you feel like it's real. Because evolution gave you that feeling. Because believing in a self was advantageous, even if it was a lie. It kept you alive. It helped you navigate tribes, enemies, hierarchies. Truth was never the goal, only functionality. You are not a philosopher. You are a survival algorithm that evolved the illusion of introspection to explain its own machinery. And now you're stuck in the loop. A self that never existed trying to find itself through a process designed to hide it. So now ask the only question that matters. If there is no I behind the mask, if every thought, emotion, preference, and memory is just a byproduct of computation, then who or what is suffering right now? And if you can't find an answer, was there ever anyone there at all? 12. Memory is a lie that remembers itself. You build your identity from memory, your childhood, your first love, your failures, your pain, your triumphs. These are the threads you believe make up the story of your life. But what if memory is not a thread, but a frayed hallucination woven by a blind storyteller? Let's begin with Elizabeth Loftus, the psychologist, who shattered our trust in recollection. She demonstrated that human memory is highly malleable, easily implanted, easily altered. In one study, she convinced participants they had been lost in a mall as children. None had. Yet after suggestion, many vividly remembered the fictional event, complete with details, emotions, and sensory fragments. This is not a glitch, it's how memory works. Every time you remember something, you don't replay it, you rebuild it. And in that rebuilding, the details shift. New information seeps in, falsehoods blend with truth. Then your brain resaves the altered version, like overwriting a file with a new lie. So every memory you trust, every emotional cornerstone you cling to, has already betrayed you. Now ask, if the story of your life is based on memory, and your memories are unstable, then what part of your story is real? Let's go deeper. In the brain, memories don't exist as video clips stored in some mental archive. They are distributed networks of neurons, patterns that light up when triggered. When you recall a memory, your brain pulls from sight, sound, touch, language, context, and then recombines them on the fly. This makes memory creative, but also dangerously inaccurate. Your brain doesn't prioritize accuracy. It prioritizes coherence, a believable narrative. And when that narrative feels whole, you mistake it for truth. But what you're remembering is a story about a memory told by a narrator who wasn't even there. Now consider flashbulb memories, those vivid recollections of traumatic or world-changing events. 9/11s, a car crash, the moment someone died. People swear by these memories, their clarity, their power. But studies show that these memories degrade just like any other, even while the confidence in them increases. You remember them more wrongly and believe them more strongly. That's not memory. That's delusion. Now dig deeper. Your earliest memories, the ones from childhood that shaped your identity, are often fabricated. Children have poor long-term memory formation before age 3 or 4. What you remember from age 2, probably a story someone told you, a photo you saw, a dream you confused with reality. And yet you built yourself around these ghosts. So who are you if the foundation of your life is false recall? Let's turn to trauma. You believe your pain defines you, that your past wounds shape your present choices. But trauma distorts memory. It can fragment experience, rewrite timelines, erase details. You may remember what didn't happen and forget what did. Worse still, trauma imprints emotional intensity, so false memories born in pain can feel more real than reality. You suffer not from what occurred, but from what your mind believes occurred. And that belief has no anchor. Now ask, if trauma can corrupt the past, and nostalgia can romanticize it, and suggestion can fabricate it, then what is memory doing to your sense of self? You believe you are the sum of your experiences. But what if you are the sum of your malfunctions? You think, but I remember what I did. I know who I was. Do you? In 2009, researchers showed people doctored photos of their childhood, riding in a hot air balloon they never entered. Half of them created detailed memories of the event. They weren't lying. They truly believed. So what's stopping your brain from doing the same with your regrets, your achievements, your sins? Now imagine this. If every memory could be rewritten, if every anchor could shift, if every you is just a product of recall, then where do you go? When you forget, are you still you when your memories fade? When Alzheimer's devours your past like a forest fire, what remains? Is it your body, your name, your instincts? Or do you vanish with the memories, revealing that you was never here, only a story the neurons told each other until they forgot how? So let's reframe it. You aren't your memories. You are the process of remembering. And that process is broken. A mirror that bends. A loop that corrupts itself. A system that lies and believes its own lies. And when that loop stops spinning, when recall halts, when the memories collapse into static, does the self go with it? Or was there never anyone behind the curtain? Just flickers in the dark, replaying fictions to comfort a machine that never woke up? So now answer this. If you forget who you were, and no one else remembers either, did you ever really exist at all? 13. Time is a cage that doesn't exist. You live by the clock. You age. You regret. You wait. You remember the past, anticipate the future, and call this chain time. But what if time is not a river, not a line, not a flow? What if it is a structure that doesn't move at all, and everything you experience is just you walking through a prison that has already been built? Let's begin with Einstein, not as a genius, but as the man who broke reality. In 1905, Einstein shattered our classical view of time with special relativity. He showed that time is not universal. It bends, it stretches, it slows down for you if you move faster. It passes differently depending on gravity. Two people can disagree on when an event happened, and both can be right. This isn't theory, it's measured. Your GPS wouldn't work if satellites didn't account for relativistic time distortion. Your own heartbeat ticks in a slightly Different rhythm at sea level than on a mountain. So if time is relative, then what is it? Not a constant, not a backdrop, not a God, but a local phenomenon, something experienced, not absolute. Now consider block universe theory, a consequence of Einstein's equations. In this view, past, present, and future all exist simultaneously, like pages in a book, already written, already there. You move through the pages, but the book is complete. Your future is as real as your past. Your death exists right now, in another slice of space-time. But you, this fragile sliver of awareness, can only experience one page at a time. So is time passing? Or are you the one moving through a frozen landscape? Now go deeper. There's no now in physics. No privileged moment, no tick of universal time. What feels like the present, what feels real, is just your brain constructing a perception window about 2.5 seconds wide. Your now is delayed, edited, smoothed like video frames in a slow rendering animation. You live in the past, constantly catching up, believing you're current. Now ask yourself, if every moment exists, but your brain can only experience a thin sliver, then is your life unfolding, or are you just playing out a pre-written script? Let's talk about entropy, the arrow of time. In physics, time's forward direction isn't built into the laws themselves. Most physical laws are time-symmetric. They work the same forward and backward. So why do we feel time move forward? Because of entropy, the tendency for systems to move from order to disorder. Ice melts. Bodies decay. Stars collapse. But entropy is just probability, not necessity. It describes the most likely states, not the only ones. So your experience of time's flow, of cause and effect, is just your brain surfing the statistical slope of increasing disorder. But disorder is not direction. It's just a shift in possibilities. Time doesn't move, you do. And even your memories, your sense of sequence, are just mental artifacts sorted by cause and effect. But if your memory could be scrambled, if your brain stored events out of order, would you feel time in reverse? Would you feel any time at all? Let's examine chronostasis, the stop clock illusion. Stare at a clock. Move your eyes to the second hand. For a moment, it seems frozen. That's because your brain fills in the gap between eye movements with a retroactive image. You don't perceive time accurately. You perceive fabricated continuity. You live in a reality your brain edits after the fact, and you mistake that edit for truth. Now examine dreams. In dreams, time becomes liquid. Hours pass in minutes, moments stretch, cause and effect dissolve. But you don't notice until you wake. So how can you trust your waking experience of time? If your brain can simulate temporal flow in altered states, why do you assume the version you're in now is the accurate one? Now let's question free will and time together. You believe your choices shape the future. But if the future already exists in space-time, if every decision is a slice already carved, then you are not choosing. You are remembering a future your body hasn't yet reached. You're a passenger on a train pretending to be the conductor. You are not moving time forward. You are moving through it, as a character stuck inside a four-dimensional sculpture. So what is you in this model? A sequence? A sensation? A glitch in space-time that believes it's in control? And worst of all, if time doesn't pass, then neither does your suffering. Every pain, every regret, every collapse, they don't fade. They still exist, locked forever in the coordinates of a space-time you cannot escape. You think you moved on, but some version of you is still there, crying, breaking, waiting. And that version is just as real as you are right now. So tell me, if all moments exist, if all futures are fixed, if the clock was always broken, then why are you still pretending you're running out of time? 14. History is a weapon. Aimed at your mind, you were taught that history is a record, a timeline, a narrative of truth etched into books and monuments. But what if history is not a record, but a story written by survivors to trap the minds of the living? You don't inherit truth. You inherit consensus, the version that won. Let's begin with a simple horror. Most of what you know about the past is wrong. Not because you were lied to intentionally, but because all memory decays, and collective memory decays faster. History is shaped not by events, but by what is chosen to be remembered, and more importantly, what is allowed to be forgotten. Consider the Library of Alexandria, once the greatest repository of human knowledge. Over 400,000 scrolls. Lost, burned, forgotten. No one knows what was inside. Thousands of years of thinking, erased. And yet we speak of history as if it survived. We walk on ruins and call them foundations. Let's go deeper. Napoleon said, "History is the version of past events that people have decided to agree upon." Think about that. Every historical record has an author. Every author has an agenda. And every agenda is shaped by power. Who controls the archives? Who writes the textbooks? Who builds the statues? The answer is not truth. The answer is victory. Winners write history. Losers become silence. Now think of colonial history. Empires painted themselves as saviors, civilizers, bringers of order. They didn't write about the slaughter, the cultural erasure, the enslavement of minds. They wrote about railways and tea. Generations later, children read that version and call it heritage. Pride, progress. They are not learning history. They are being trained. Now consider historical memory plasticity, the psychological phenomenon where people alter their personal or cultural past to protect their identity. Entire societies rewrite their trauma. They recast villains as heroes. They bury mass graves beneath malls. Germany documented its sins. Japan erased many of them. America reframed slavery as economic necessity. Rome made genocide a footnote. So which version of history is yours? And what did it cost to build that version? Now let's examine false continuity. Your brain connects events to form a coherent story, so does civilization. But history isn't a straight line. It's a chaotic recursion. Wars, collapses, renaissances, erasures, resets. Entire civilizations have vanished. Cultures so advanced their writing systems remain undecoded. The Indus Valley, Rongorongo. Linear A, we don't know who they were, what they believed, what they discovered. They lived, they built, they died, and the world moved on as if they never existed. So when you say, humans have always believed, you're only quoting the survivors. Now think of religious history. Thousands of gods have existed, hundreds of creation myths, dozens of apocalypses foretold. Each one was true to someone. Each one shaped law, war, architecture, ethics, genocide. Then it died, forgotten, supplanted. So what are your beliefs built on? The truth of the universe, or the leftovers of successful delusions? Now look at how propaganda becomes curriculum. Governments weaponize the past to build obedience. They teach selective glory. They silence internal atrocity. They enshrine myths to manufacture unity. North Korea's history books claim the Kim dynasty never made a single mistake. Stalin had enemies erased from photographs. Churchill's sins are wrapped in quotes and flags. America's founding fathers are sanitized into saints. This isn't information. It's a spell, a chant repeated until memory becomes mythology. And what is your mind built from, if not the myths of the dead? Now consider personal history. You remember your childhood as a sequence, but it's not. It's fragments, reconstructed, revised, narrated post-fact by a self that didn't exist at the time. You have no direct access to your past. Only what you believe happened and what you were told. Your parents, your culture, your media shaped your history. And now you live by it, defend it, build identity from it. But if that story is incomplete or poisoned or deliberately sculpted, then what are you? Not a person, but a product. Not a self, but a projection. Now let's fracture the floor completely. History is linear only in the human imagination. In the cosmos, it's just entropy playing dice. There is no destiny, no arc bending toward justice, no lesson learned. The same mistakes repeat. The same horrors rise again, just with better branding. So when you say, "That could never happen again," you are repeating the script of every doomed era that came before you. The repetition is the point, because history doesn't teach. It haunts. It waits for your ignorance to come full circle. It knows you will forget. It depends on it. So now ask yourself, if history is curated, if memory is manipulated, if knowledge is revised by those who benefit most from the edits, then how do you know what's real? What part of your identity is yours? And what part was whispered into your mind by a ghost with a pen? 15. Language is a prison built out of your mouth. You speak. You think in words. You name things. You believe that because you can describe the world. You understand it. But what if language is not a tool for clarity, but a cage that defines what you're allowed to perceive? Let's begin with the basic delusion. You believe thoughts come first, and words follow. That words are just containers. But what if it's the other way around? What if your thoughts are shaped and limited by the words you've been taught to use? Welcome to the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, the unsettling idea that language doesn't just express reality. It constructs it. In cultures with no word for blue, people don't see blue as a separate color. They see variations of green. Some tribes have no tense in their grammar, no past, no future. And they describe time radically differently, no trajectory, no linear self. They don't think like you do. Because they can't, because their language doesn't allow it. Language is not a mirror, it's a filter. Now let's zoom in on your own mind. You think in internal monologue, silent sentences, narratives, self-talk. But where do these sentences come from? Your culture? Your education? The people who spoke to you before you knew what they were saying. Language did not emerge inside you. It was installed. And once it was there, you began to narrate your own life, as if the narration was the life. You stopped experiencing. You started describing. Instead of feeling grief, you labeled it. Instead of knowing fear, you categorized it. The world became words. And you mistook the map for the terrain. Let's go deeper. Try to imagine a thought without words. Try to feel an idea you can't name. You might catch a flicker, a sensation, a blur. But then your brain snaps it back into language. It wraps it in grammar. Because it cannot retain what it cannot name. Your own consciousness has been linguistically colonized, and that colonization is invisible. Now think about how language defines morality. In some languages, when a glass breaks accidentally, you say, "The glass broke." In others, you say, "He broke the glass," even if it was an accident. This grammatical difference changes how we assign blame, how we feel guilt, how we judge others. Language shapes justice. It shapes memory. In studies, witnesses recalled car accidents differently depending on whether the word used was smashed or hit. Words distorted the facts. And those distortions felt true. So what is truth, if it's filtered through a lexicon that bends perception? You say things like, "I'm in love," but what do you mean? Different cultures have different words for love: romantic, brotherly, fleeting, eternal. English just has one. So everything becomes flattened. Your deepest experiences, the way you mourn, the way you dream, The way you suffer are squeezed through a narrow vocabulary. The soul becomes a spreadsheet, and you begin to confuse precision with truth. Now think of how language evolves. Words change meaning. Awful once meant full of awe. Literally now means its opposite. Slang becomes law. Syntax becomes style. If language defines thought, and language is unstable, then how can your thoughts be trusted? You're thinking in a medium that shifts beneath your feet. You are building beliefs in quicksand. Now let's speak of silence. You fear it. You try to fill it. But silence might be the only place truth still lives. In silence, there are no categories, no labels, no false coherence. Only presence. And presence is what language can never capture. But your brain, shaped by a lifetime of language, rushes to interrupt the silence. It narrates, it names, it explains. Because to sit with what cannot be said feels like death. Now take this further. Think of propaganda. Control language. Control thought. Change torture to enhanced interrogation. Change genocide to ethnic cleansing. Change civilian casualties to collateral damage. The horror remains, but the words become soft. And we sleep at night. This is not semantics. This is cognitive warfare. And your mind is the battlefield. Now ask, if words can be twisted, if meanings can shift, if entire populations can be reprogrammed by altering vocabulary, then what does that say about the words in your head? The ones that tell you who you are, what you're worth, what is real, what is possible. Were those words born inside you? Or were they installed like software, limiting your perception to what the program allows? You believe you speak language, but maybe language speaks you. You are not expressing yourself. You are expressing the structure, a structure you didn't build, a structure you cannot see, a structure you mistake for your voice. So now sit with this. If you can only think what you can say, and you can only say what you've been taught, then who is doing the thinking? 16. The self is an illusion you were taught to fear losing. You believe you are you. A self, a consciousness, a story wrapped in skin and memory. But what if that self is not something you are, but something you were taught to perform? And worse, what if it never existed at all? Let's begin with the question you've been told never to ask. What is the self? Not what you feel, not what you hope, but what remains when every illusion is stripped away. In neuroscience, no single region in the brain corresponds to the self. There is no control room, no internal homunculus pulling levers, no glowing soul hidden between neurons. Instead, there are modules, systems, disparate circuits working in tandem. Vision, speech, emotion, motor control. They interact, they collaborate. And when they do, the illusion of a unified you emerges. A hallucination generated by integration. Your sense of self is an interface, not a core. A convenient dashboard that your brain uses to navigate survival. Now ask, if you were born without the concept of I, would you invent it? Or would you simply be a moment-to-moment awareness without the burden of narration? Let's turn to Buddhism, one of the few traditions that doesn't glorify the self. In its view, the self is dukkha, suffering. Because it clings, it resists impermanence. It fears death. It builds stories around identity, race, status, trauma, memory, and mistakes these for truth. But they are shadows, thought forms, reflections in moving water. The moment you stop grasping for self, you experience something deeper than identity, being. But your culture never taught you how to be. It only taught you how to be someone. And in that demand, you were trained to fear your own dissolution. Now let's explore the default mode network, a brain system active when you're not focused externally. It's the source of daydreams, self-referential thinking, narrative construction. When this network is deactivated, through meditation or psychedelics, subjects report ego dissolution. They lose their sense of boundaries. They cease to identify with their body. Time stops. Fear dissolves. They feel connected to everything and nothing. And they describe it as the most real thing they've ever known. So ask yourself if losing the self feels more real than having it. Then what was the self to begin with? Now think of how the self is constructed in childhood. You weren't born with an I, you were taught it. By hearing your name, by being punished for wrong behavior, by being praised for right behavior. You learned to say, I want, I am, that's mine. Your brain absorbed these social cues and began to anchor experience in a centralized identity. But it was always external feedback that defined the internal shape. So you became a reflection, a mirror bouncing between approval and rejection. And now you carry that mirror inside you, calling it you. Let's go deeper. Consider split brain experiments. When the corpus callosum, the bridge between brain hemispheres, is severed, the left and right brains can no longer communicate. In these patients, strange things occur. The left hand, controlled by the right hemisphere, may perform actions the person can't explain. They may even reach for something the right hand tries to stop. Each hemisphere develops its own agency, its own preferences, its own self. And yet the person feels whole, until you ask them to explain what's happening. Then the left hemisphere, where language lives, makes up stories to rationalize behavior it didn't initiate. It lies. It fills in gaps. It creates a fictional self to maintain the illusion of unity. So again, if your brain can invent a consistent identity where none exists, what does that say about your current sense of self? Now let's confront your fear. Why does the idea of no self terrify you? Because without self, there is no one to own the pain. No one to achieve, no one to leave a legacy. No one to be loved, no one to die. But that fear is based on the assumption that your current self is real. It's not. It's a narrative voice built from trauma, memory, cultural reinforcement, and biological instinct, fused together to create the experience of continuity. But that continuity is fragile, an illusion that breaks under pressure, like when your beliefs collapse, or when your identity is threatened, or when grief rips a hole so wide you forget who you are, and for a brief moment you are free. Until the story rebuilds itself, the illusion returns, and you cling again. Now ask, who is clinging? If there's no self, who's doing the wanting? Who's fearing death? Who's demanding to be remembered? Or are those just impulses arising from a system trained to fear its own quiet? Because in the silence beyond self, there is no achievement, no pride, no shame, only stillness, only being. And maybe that's what you're really afraid of, not losing yourself, but discovering you were never there to begin with. So now, sit with this. If the self is constructed, if identity is a performance, if your I is just a temporary alignment of memory, language, and emotion, then who is reading this sentence? 17. Memory is a lie you keep telling yourself. You believe memory is a vault, a safe place, a record you consult to remember who you are, where you've been, what you've felt. But what if memory isn't a record, but a fiction you rewrite every time you recall it? What if you've never remembered anything correctly in your entire life? Let's begin with a fact so simple, it slips by unnoticed. You never remember the event. You remember your last memory of the event. Every time you recall something, you reconstruct it. You alter it ever so slightly, and that altered version becomes your new memory. And the terrifying part? You believe it more than the original. Let's go deeper. In 1974, psychologist Loftus and Palmer performed a famous experiment. Two groups of people watched the same video of a car accident. One group was asked, how fast were the cars going when they hit each other? The other, how fast were the cars going when they smashed into each other? The smashed group reported higher speeds. Worse, they were more likely to say they saw broken glass. There was none. One word changed memory, not perception. Not opinion, memory. Now scale that up. What did your teacher say? Your parents, your culture? Every story you've been told about your childhood. Every moment you've reinterpreted based on adult understanding. It all reshaped your internal history. You're not remembering. You're editing. And you don't even realize you're the author. Now examine the misinformation effect. Studies show that false details introduced after an event can permanently distort people's memory of that event. Witnesses of crimes can be convinced that innocent people held the weapon. Survivors of disasters can swear they saw things that never happened. People have remembered entire events, vacations, meetings, traumas that never occurred. Memory is not a camera. It's a canvas, and your brush is bias, suggestion, fear, desire. Now let's talk about childhood memory. The earliest memories most people have are from around age 3. But many of those are false, constructed from photos, family stories. Fragments. You remember the memory, not the moment. You were never really there in the way you believe. Now think about this. If your childhood is partially fiction, and your identity is built on that childhood, what is your identity built on? Fabrication. Fossils of feeling, nothing solid. Just a story. Now let's examine flashbulb memories. Those crystal clear recollections of emotionally charged events, where you were on 9/11s, when you heard someone died. Your first heartbreak. You'd swear those memories are flawless. But studies show they degrade just like normal memories. They just feel more vivid. That's the trap. The more emotionally intense a memory, the more you trust it. And the more likely it is to be wrong. You think you remember how someone betrayed you, how they looked, what they said, the sting in your chest. But how much of that memory was shaped by the version you've told others? How much of it grew each time you repeated the story? How much of your pain is tied to a detail that never actually happened? Let's go deeper still. Brain scans show that the same neural circuits activate when you imagine a future as when you recall a memory. Your brain doesn't distinguish sharply between what was and what could be. So when you daydream, when you construct imaginary conversations, future regrets, feared scenarios, you are essentially creating false memories in advance. And sometimes you forget which is which. You begin to fear a thing that never happened. You grieve a future that never existed. You build trauma out of possibility, because your brain doesn't care about truth. It cares about coherence. It would rather lie to you than admit it forgot. Now think of how memory works in trauma. People don't just forget, they misplace. They bury. They recode events as dreams or metaphors. Sometimes they remember more than what occurred, a swelling of sensation that distorts everything else. Other times they remember less as a protective mechanism. So what's real? What's true? What's truth when your brain is editing for survival, not accuracy? Now let's turn to something stranger. False memory implantation. In lab experiments, scientists have successfully convinced people they were lost in a mall as a child, that they hugged Bugs Bunny at Disneyland, that they saw a UFO, and once implanted, these memories felt just as real as actual experiences. So again, what are your memories? Personal history? Or neural propaganda? If a memory feels real, but is false, and you act based on it, suffer because of it, love or hate because of it, does it matter that it's false? Or is all of your life already shaped by illusions you're too certain to question? Now look inward. That heartbreak you can't let go of, are you mourning the moment, or the version of the moment your mind rewrote? That childhood pain, was it your father's words, or your brain's echo of them. You're not remembering your life. You're remembering the last story your brain decided was true, and every time you recall it, you rewrite it again. So now ask if memory is not a recording, if it changes each time you touch it, if even your oldest truths are fabrications of neural storytelling, then how can you be sure you've ever known who you are? Section 18. Time is a story your brain tells to avoid madness. You say the past is behind you, the future ahead. You think of time as a line, neat, clean, marching forward. But what if that line is an illusion? What if time doesn't move, and you're the one trapped in motion? Let's begin with a quiet terror. You have never actually experienced time. You've only ever experienced change. And your brain, desperate to make sense of that change, invents a story. It calls that story time. Now meet Julian Barber, a theoretical physicist who says, time is a mistake. It doesn't exist. According to him, the universe is made of nows, discrete snapshots. Each moment is its own world. Nothing moves. There is no flow. What you think is movement is just your consciousness jumping from one static frame to another, like flipping pages in a book and forgetting you're the one turning them. You believe you're flowing through time, but maybe time is flowing through you. Let's deepen the fracture. In Einstein's relativity, time is not universal. It's not fixed. It bends with gravity. It slows near black holes. It warps at the speed of light. If two people stand in different gravitational fields, they experience different durations. Time is not absolute. It's relative. So what exactly is now? There is no agreed upon universal present. What you think is this moment is already gone somewhere else. Your now might be someone else's then. Your then might never arrive at all. Let's go deeper. In physics, the equations that describe the universe don't include time. They're symmetrical. They don't care if the equation runs forward or backward. Time isn't a variable. It's an illusion of observation. So where does the feeling of time come from? From entropy, the second law of thermodynamics. Things move from order to disorder. Eggs break. Bodies age. Memories form in one direction only. And from that pattern, your brain infers a timeline. But inference is not reality. It's survival. And sometimes survival requires delusion. Now, think about this. Your memory creates the illusion of a past. Your imagination creates the illusion of a future. And your brain stitches those together into a narrative. That narrative is what you call your life. But it's not a line, it's a loop. Because every time you revisit a memory, you reshape it in the present. You inject the now into the then. And the then becomes something new. You are editing the book as you read it. Now think about time perception. Under stress, time slows. In joy, it speeds. When you meditate, it dissolves. Time is subjective, warped by emotion, context, attention. But if something so foundational can shift based on mood, how real can it be? Infants don't perceive time. People with dementia lose it. Under psychedelics, time collapses. You can fall into a 5-minute silence and feel you've been gone a century. So what is time if it can break so easily? Now let's talk about block universe theory. In this model, the past, present, and future all coexist. Everything that has happened, is happening, and will happen already exists. There is no becoming, only being. You aren't moving through time. You're frozen inside it, like a sculpture with infinite layers. You are every version of yourself, already stacked, already complete, but you only ever see one frame. And that frame is what you call now. It's like watching a film, one frame per second, but the entire reel is already there. Now ask yourself, if the future already exists, do you have free will? Or are you just a passenger inside a movie that's already been made? You make choices, but are they yours? Or are they echoes of something already printed on the reel? You feel tension. But maybe that tension is scripted, the illusion of choice to give you the illusion of meaning. And the past you grieve, the one you long for or regret, isn't gone. It's still there, unfolding forever in a moment you no longer visit. But maybe somewhere another you still lives in it, still trapped in that loop, still remembering a future that never came. Now think of the language of time. We say, time heals. Time flies. Time runs out. We give it agency, motion, gravity. But maybe we're describing ourselves. We're the ones healing, flying, running out. Time is not moving, we are. And maybe the terror is this, not that time ends, but that time never began. That everything simply is a frozen kaleidoscope of possibilities, with your mind selecting one moment at a time and calling it reality. So now sit in the stillness and ask, if time is not a river you float through, but a still ocean you mistake for motion, then what exactly are you waiting for? 19. You've never seen reality, only a simulation rendered by your brain. You open your eyes and believe you see the world. The room, the light, the colors, your hands. You believe you're looking at reality. But what if you've never actually seen anything at all? What if your entire life has been lived inside a hallucination, so convincing you forgot it was a hallucination? Let's begin with your eyes, those perfect biological cameras. But they're not cameras. They don't record reality. They record information, raw light, electrical signals, data without meaning. It's your brain that creates the picture. And that picture isn't reality. It's a model, a simulation. Consider this. There are no colors in the outside world. None. Light has no hue, just wavelengths. Color is something your brain invents to help you survive. You don't see red. Your brain paints red to signal ripeness, danger, heat. What you see isn't the world. It's a useful fiction. Now consider the blind spot. There's a place on your retina where the optic nerve exits the eye, and there are no light receptors there. You don't see a hole in your vision. Why? Because your brain fills it in. It guesses what's there and paints it over, and you don't notice. You can't notice. Your perception is not raw truth. It's a render. And it renders based on what it expects, not just what it receives. Now go deeper. Have you ever looked at your hands, really looked, and wondered, why do they feel like mine? You move them. You see them. But the sensation of ownership, that deep conviction that this body is you, is just another hallucination. In patients with asomatognosia, people suddenly believe their arm isn't theirs. They'll deny it, disown it, even attack it. The arm is still there. The signals are still being received. But the model of the self has been disrupted. So again, what's more real, the signal or the brain's interpretation? Let's explore. Another layer. When you see a chair, you think, that's a chair. But what is it really? A cloud of atoms, mostly empty space, held together by electromagnetic forces. You can't see the atoms. You can't see the space. You see only the construct your brain paints so you don't fall through it. Perception is not a window. It's a user interface. Just like icons on a desktop, your senses simplify complexity. You don't want to see the code. You want something you can click. And so your brain shows you a version of the world that's not true, just functionally useful. This is the theory proposed by cognitive scientist Donald Hoffman. He argues that evolution didn't design your senses to show you reality. It designed them to show you what helps you survive. And in his simulations, creatures that perceive the truth of reality go extinct. Creatures that perceive simplified, symbolic illusions survive. The more accurate your perception, the less fit you are to live. So your brain lies to you, not maliciously, but efficiently. Now let's go deeper. When you dream, you see people, places, events, emotion, all without any sensory input. Your brain generates an entire reality from nothing. And in that dream, you believe it. You forget you're asleep. You suffer. You cry. You laugh. The dream feels real because the model is intact. Now ask yourself, if your brain can simulate reality so convincingly while you sleep, how can you be sure it's not doing the same thing right now? Even waking life may just be a higher resolution hallucination, dreaming with external input. Now examine your attention. You think you see the whole room, but you don't. You only see where you're looking. And even then, your brain enhances the center of focus and blurs the rest. The illusion of a full, vivid world is a mental stitch job, a best guess. And when things fall outside that guess, when the model is wrong, you experience cognitive dissonance, not truth. So your brain adjusts the model to preserve the simulation. Now remember the phenomenon of change blindness. In experiments, massive changes in a scene go unnoticed. A new person, a different object, even a swap of faces. You don't see it. Because you're not really seeing. You're predicting. And when reality doesn't match prediction, your brain chooses the prediction. Because prediction is stable, reality is chaos. And chaos would drive you mad. Now let's touch the final fracture. Qualia, the subjective experience of perception. What it's like to taste wine. What blue feels like to you. What it means to be inside your head. Science can describe neural activity, but it cannot explain why it feels like anything at all. That gap, the hard problem of consciousness, remains unsolved. Because the simulation runs so deep, we don't even know what the simulation is simulating. So ask, if you're not seeing reality, if your brain creates a model that replaces the world, if all your senses are lies that help you function, if your dreams feel as real as waking, if your mind chooses coherence over truth, then what have you actually seen? Have you ever truly touched the real? Or have you always lived inside the cage your mind built to keep you safe from what lies outside the render? 20. Free will is the most beautiful lie ever told. You believe you choose what to eat, who to love, when to speak, whether to stay or walk away. You believe that when you say, I decided, something deep inside you made that decision. But what if free will, that sacred central belief, is just a story your brain tells after the choice has already been made? Let's begin with a brutal experiment. In 1983, neuroscientist Benjamin Libet placed electrodes on participants' heads and asked them to move their wrists at a time of their choosing. The subjects would watch a dot on a clock and report the exact moment they decided to move. But here's the horror. Brain activity, the readiness potential, began 300 milliseconds before the subjects were aware of making a decision. The brain acted first. The mind followed, then claimed authorship. The choice was already made. You just felt like you made it. Now multiply that by every decision you've ever believed was yours. Still confident in your freedom? Let's go deeper. In follow-up studies, researchers showed the readiness potential can start up to 7 seconds before conscious awareness. 7 seconds. That means your brain, the machinery of neurons and patterns and probabilities, decides long before you arrive to narrate the outcome. You are not the origin. You are the explanation. A fiction retroactively layered on top of neural inevitability. Now meet Robert Sapolsky, neuroendocrinologist and author of Determined. He argues that every behavior, every act of compassion or cruelty, can be traced to biology, genetics, environment, brain chemistry, trauma. He says we are biological machines, and that free will is as real as the tooth fairy. Because if you didn't choose your DNA, your childhood, your culture, your first language, your traumas, your neurochemistry, then what part of your decision was truly yours? The way you react to pain, to rejection, to temptation. These are patterns, predispositions, scripts running before you even realize the scene has begun. Let's go deeper still. When brain stimulation is used in labs, researchers can make patients move an arm, laugh, cry, feel terror, and yet the patient rationalizes the feeling after the fact. They say, "I wanted to move my arm," or "that joke was funny." They invent reasons for behavior they didn't initiate. Why? Because the brain cannot tolerate being out of control. So it lies, beautifully, effortlessly, endlessly. Now think about addiction, trauma, impulse control, PTSD. People don't want to lash out, to relapse, to sabotage, but the machinery fires. The loop plays. The prefrontal cortex, where long-term planning lives gets overridden by more ancient structures. And then the person suffers for what their own biology forced upon them. So again, if your will can be hijacked by trauma, chemistry, or stimulation, was it ever truly yours? Let's step into the moral abyss. If we do not have free will, what happens to blame? What happens to punishment? To guilt? Do we lock people away for choices they never truly made? Do we hate ourselves for patterns written into us before we were born? The legal system is built on the assumption of agency. But if agency is an illusion, what remains? Now consider priming. Show someone a word like elderly, and they walk slower. Play fast music, and they eat quicker. Give them a warm drink, and they describe strangers as more friendly. Their behavior changes without any awareness of manipulation. They believe they're choosing, but they're just responding to invisible levers. And your entire day, the words you hear, the faces you see, the moods you absorb, tugs on those levers. You're a puppet. And the strings are everything you've never noticed. Let's descend deeper. Your conscious mind is not the conductor. It's the narrator. It doesn't choose the music. It just writes captions on the dance. By the time you arrive, to think, to reflect, to justify, the real choice has already happened in a part of your brain you can't access. So what? Is free will then a post hoc story, a comforting myth, a lighthouse in a fog of randomness and inevitability? Now here's the twist. Even knowing all of this, you'll still feel like you're choosing. You'll still feel responsible. Still feel proud. Still feel ashamed. Because the illusion is baked into the system. It has to be. Otherwise, how would we function? How would we love? How would we plan? How would we believe in growth or change? So the mind invents choice because the absence of it would collapse. The simulation. And yet, if you are not choosing, if your actions were inevitable, if every decision was just the end of a neural domino line that started before you were born, then what are you? Not a chooser, not a will, not a center, but a character in a book that writes itself. So now sit in the quiet of this moment and ask, if you do not choose your next thought, your next word, your next sin or salvation, then who is living your life? 21. Language is a cage that taught you how to think you speak. You write. You think in words, like a river of internal narration guiding your every step. You believe language is your greatest gift, your tool, your bridge to understanding. But what if language is not your tool, but your prison? What if every word you speak isn't expressing your thoughts, but limiting them? Let's begin with a haunting idea. Before you had language, you had no thoughts as you now understand them. Infants feel. They scream, they stare, but they do not narrate. They do not label. They experience the rawness of existence without translation. Then the words come, mama, ball, no mine, and everything becomes a category. Every sensation gets wrapped in symbol. Every feeling squeezed into syntax. You stop feeling the world. You begin to name it. And that naming changes everything. Now meet the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. The theory that the language you speak shapes the way you think. In some languages, there is no word for left or right. Only cardinal directions, north, south, east, west. Speakers of these languages always know where they are. Their language forces geographic precision. In other tongues, there are no tenses, no future, no past. The people who speak them think of time not as a line but as a field. Now ask yourself, if your language had no word for ownership, would you still feel possessive? If your language had no I, no subject, no ego, would you still believe in a self? Language doesn't just describe your world, it creates it. Now let's go deeper. When you feel a strange mix of sadness and nostalgia, you might say, "I'm feeling weird." But the Portuguese have a word for it, saudade, a deep emotional state of longing for something that might never return. Now imagine growing up with that word. What would you notice in your own emotions if your language could hold more nuance? English has one word for love. Greek has several: eros, passionate love; agape, unconditional love; philia, brotherly love; storge, familial love. Each word gives a new shape to feeling. Each shape builds new thoughts. So now, ask, are you really thinking? Or just rearranging pre-approved language blocks? Are your beliefs your own? Or the inevitable outcome of the grammatical structures that trained your brain? Let's go further. What about cultures without written language, or those with only oral traditions? Do they think less or simply differently? Studies show that preliterate societies remember stories better. They think in image and rhythm. Their minds are wired for memory through meaning, not text through syntax. And now your mind, trained by letters, fonts, punctuation, can barely hold a single idea without framing it like a sentence. You think in clauses. You dream in fragments. Even your inner voice speaks like a narrator you never chose. That voice isn't you. It's your language speaking itself through you. Now think about the word self. It implies separation, a container, an owner. But in some indigenous languages, there is no word for I without we, no identity that doesn't include others. So what if your obsession with individualism, with uniqueness, with being special, isn't a spiritual truth but a linguistic artifact? What if the ego was born from grammar? Now let's consider translation. There are words in other languages you cannot translate to English. Hygge, Danish, the feeling of cozy, contented togetherness. Yen, Japanese, a deep awareness of the universe that triggers emotional responses too deep for words. Weltschmerz, German, the pain of realizing the world can never match your inner hopes. If you don't have the word, you don't name the feeling. If you don't name the feeling, you may never even notice it. Language is a lens, and what it doesn't include, you cannot see. Now imagine what it would mean to strip that language away. What would be left? Sensations without names, emotions without edges, awareness without categories. You wouldn't think less. You would think beyond. But your brain fights this because it craves structure. It wants to label, to organize, to filter chaos into order. So it tells you, this is a chair. This is anger. This is me. Even though those things are too complex for words to hold. Now realize, all your memories are stored not just in emotion, but in language. You don't remember the pain, you remember saying, that hurt. You don't recall the betrayal, you remember telling someone, they lied to me. So if your language was different, if your words were wider, sharper, or softer, would your entire past feel different too? If so, then what is memory but a story your language allows you to tell? And if memory is shaped by language, and identity is shaped by memory, then who you are is shaped by something outside yourself. Language speaks you more than you speak it. So now ask, if every word you think with was taught to you, if Every sentence you use was handed down by others. If your deepest beliefs are just habits of grammar, then what part of your mind is truly yours? 22. Memory is not a record, but a rewrite. You think of memory as your truth, a preserved vault, the proof of who you are, the evidence of what happened. You think memory is accurate, maybe a little faded, maybe a bit selective, but fundamentally real. But what if every memory you have is a lie you keep rewriting to make yourself believe you've been in control all along? Let's begin with the science. In 1974, psychologists Elizabeth Loftus and John Palmer ran a now famous experiment. They showed participants footage of a car crash, then asked them a simple question: how fast were the cars going when they hit each other? Other groups got a different word: smashed, bumped, collided. Those who heard smashed reported higher speeds, more broken glass, greater violence, even though the video never changed. The word choice changed the memory. Now stop. If a single word can alter how you remember an event, what has an entire lifetime of narrative and interpretation done to your past? Let's go deeper. Memory doesn't get stored like a file on a computer. It gets reconstructed every time you access it. Each time you recall a moment, you don't retrieve it. You rebuild it. You fill in gaps. You adjust tone. You blend it with your current beliefs, your current emotions, your current identity. And when you're done, you save the new version, overwriting the original, like a corrupt document that feels more true every time it's rewritten. You are not remembering. You are editing. Now meet the concept of reconsolidation. In neuroscience, this is the process by which a memory, once retrieved, becomes malleable again, open to change before it restabilizes, which means every act of remembering is an act of vulnerability. Your memories are never safe. They are always under revision. You are rewriting yourself every time you reflect on who you've been. Now consider this. You don't even store memories in one place. Different components, sights, sounds, smells, emotions, are stored across different regions of the brain. And when you remember, your mind reassembles them on demand, but the reassembly isn't perfect. Sometimes it substitutes pieces. Sometimes it fabricates filler. And when it does, you believe the illusion. You don't know the memory changed. You only know that it feels right. Now meet false memory. In studies, participants have been convinced that they got lost in a mall as a child, met Bugs Bunny at Disneyland, or witnessed events they never saw. Why? Because when presented with plausible cues and emotional triggers, your brain prefers narrative cohesion over factual accuracy. And so it creates memory to match emotion. You don't remember to discover truth. You remember to preserve identity, even if that means building a fiction you'll never question. Let's descend further. Consider flashbulb memories, vivid, emotionally charged moments. Where were you when you heard the news? The breakup, the accident, the birth, the death. People swear they remember every detail, the light, the smell, the sound of the room. But studies show these memories are no more accurate than ordinary ones. They just feel more real because of their emotional weight. Emotion gives the illusion of truth. But it doesn't protect memory from error. It only deepens the deception. Now think of childhood. How many memories do you have before the age of 3? Likely none. That's called childhood amnesia. But here's the twist. Many people believe they remember their birth, their crib, their mother's face. But these are not memories. They are constructs formed from photographs, family stories, repeated words. You've absorbed these inputs and built a false memory palace that you now walk through with unearned confidence. And if the first memories of your life are fabrications, what does that say about everything that followed? Now meet the reminiscence. Bump. Between the ages of 10 and 30, you form the most vivid, long-lasting memories. Why? Because your identity is forming. Your story is crystallizing. And every memory after that is filtered through that lens. You are remembering your favorite version of yourself, not the accurate one. Every time you remember your own strength, your cleverness, your kindness, you're curating the highlight reel while quietly deleting the contradictions. You're not lying maliciously. You're narrating a myth called me. Now think of grief, of love lost, of betrayal. When you revisit those memories, they hurt. But the pain isn't just from what happened. It's from how your mind reinterprets the event based on who you've become. You inject your present disappointment into your past joy. You contaminate the moment, you twist the angles, and that new memory becomes your truth. So now ask yourself, if every memory is shaped by words, reconstructed through emotion, vulnerable to distortion, rewritten by belief, reframed by identity, then what exactly have you lived? Are your memories windows into your past? Or just mirrors that show you what you need to believe to feel like a whole person? And if the very ground of who you are is rewritten every time you remember, then what part of your life has ever truly been real? Section 23. Yourself is an illusion that never existed. You say, I. You say, me. You carry the idea of a stable, solid self, unchanging, continuous, consistent. But what if the self, your most intimate, sacred possession, is not real? What if it never was? Let's begin with a thought experiment. Try to locate your self, not your body, not your thoughts, not your name or history, but you. Where is the you who's having these thoughts? Is it in the brain, the heart, behind your eyes? When you strip away the layers, the roles, the habits, the memories, what remains? A voice? An observer? Or nothing at all? Now meet David Hume, 18th century philosopher. He searched for the self and could never find it. He wrote, I never can catch myself at any time without a perception, and never can observe anything but the perception. In simpler words, whenever he looked inside, he only found thoughts, feelings, sensations, but never the thinker. Just experiences, never the experiencer. And yet, you feel like there's a you experiencing all of it. That's the illusion. Now go deeper. Your sense of self feels stable. You think the person you were at age 10 is the same person reading this now. But psychologically, that's false. Your preferences have changed. Your memories are distorted. Your body is replaced, cell by cell. Even your personality shifts across decades, moods, environments. The self is not a fixed object. It's a story you're constantly rewriting to. Give the illusion of continuity. It's the ultimate lie. I am still me. Now meet the default mode network, DMN, the part of your brain active when you're doing nothing in particular, just resting, daydreaming, thinking about yourself. This network constructs your internal narrative. It's the voice in your head, the one saying, this happened to me. This is who I am. This is what I want. But in deep meditation, under psychedelics, or in trauma, the DMN shuts down, and with it, the sense of self disappears. Users describe it as ego death, the vanishing of the boundary between self and world. No more narrator, no more observer, just raw experience, without ownership. So again, if the self can vanish, if it can be turned off, then was it ever real, or just a persistent hallucination? Now look at split brain patients. When the corpus callosum, the bridge between brain hemispheres, is severed, the two sides can't communicate, and what happens? Each hemisphere forms its own sense of self. One hand buttons the shirt. The other unbuttons it. One side believes in God. The other is an atheist. One speaks. The other draws. Two selves in one body, both unaware of the other. What does that say about your so-called unified self? Now examine dissociative identity disorder, DID. In some individuals, entirely distinct personalities emerge, with different memories, voices, handwriting, even allergies. Each identity believes it is the true self. Each fights for control. So again, which one is real? The answer is devastating. None, because there is no true self hidden underneath the layers. There are only layers. Now look at your daily life. You act one way with friends, another at work, another with family, another alone. You shift constantly, your voice, your posture, your humor, your values. So which one is you? All of them? None? Is your identity the sum of masks or the space beneath them? But what if there's no space beneath? What if you are the masks and nothing else? Now explore Buddhism, a tradition that has dissected the illusion of self for over 2,000 years. They call it a nat, non-self. They teach the self is not a thing. It's a process, a stream of sensations, intentions, and mental habits mistaken for an identity. Like a flame, always burning, always changing, never the same. Yet you name it. You claim it. You say, that's me. But it isn't. It never was. Now let's fracture one more layer. You are not the author of your thoughts. They arise, unbidden, uncontrolled. Try this. Sit quietly. Wait for the next thought. Watch it come. Did you choose it? Or did it arrive? Like a whisper in a cave you never entered? If your thoughts are not yours, if your preferences are not fixed, if your memories are revised, if your behavior shifts, if your brain can produce multiple selves, then who are you? Who is the you reading these words claiming to understand them? There's no ghost in the machine, no captain in the cockpit. Just the machine, just the cockpit. Just the simulation running so smoothly, it created a phantom and called it I. So sit in that silence, not you sitting, not you watching, just sitting, just watching, just consciousness, no self required. And ask, if there is no core, if I is just the echo of memory and pattern, then who or what has been living your life? 24. Time does not exist the way you think it does. You live in time. You measure it, obey it, race against it, grieve through it. You say, that was the past. This is now. I'll do it in the future. You believe time is linear, that it flows like a river from birth to death, cause to effect, event to consequence. But what if time isn't flowing at all? What if it's not moving, and you are the one drifting through a frozen block? Let's begin with physics. In Einstein's theory of relativity, there's no universal now. Time is not absolute. It bends, it stretches. It warps depending on speed and gravity. This means your present is not the same as someone else's present. Even two people moving at different speeds experience different durations for the same event. That's not science. Fiction. That's fact. So ask yourself, if now is not the same for everyone, is it even real? Now descend deeper. According to the theory of block universe, a serious proposal in physics, all moments in time exist equally. Past, present, and future are already laid out, fixed, like scenes in a film reel. You are not passing through time. You are moving across a landscape where every point already exists. Right now, your birth is still happening. So is your first love. So is your death. All of it, simultaneously. The illusion of time passing is your mind scanning across the frame, like a flashlight moving across a painting. You don't experience time. You experience change. And you mistake that change for motion through something called time. Now think of memory. You can recall the past but not see the future. So you assume the past is real and the future is not. But your brain has simply evolved to store patterns that have already occurred for survival. It doesn't mean the past still exists so that the future doesn't. It just means your hardware is biased. And that bias has become your prison. Now meet Julian Barber, a physicist who argues time doesn't exist. He says that all we ever experience are individual nows, snapshots of reality called time capsules. These nows have no duration. They just exist, one after the other, with your brain constructing the illusion of flow. You are not riding a wave. You are flipping through slides. And the slide you're on feels like now only because that's where attention rests, but all the other slides still exist. Unchanging, immutable, eternal, now consider dreams. In dreams, entire days pass. Stories unfold. You fall in love. You run. You cry, but when you wake up you realize the whole thing happened in seconds. Time in dreams is elastic. But you didn't notice, because your experience of time was built from events, not from clocks. Now flip that thought. What if this world, this moment you call reality, is also elastic? What if your waking life is just another kind of dream, moving at a speed you'll only understand when you wake from it? Let's go darker. Think of trauma. The moment stretches. Time slows. Think of joy. The moment flies. Time is not constant. Time is emotion. Time is perception. Now look at quantum physics. On the smallest scales, particles can entangle, sharing information instantly across vast distances. No time delay. No transmission through space. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. It broke his understanding of causality. But what if the problem isn't the particles? What if the problem is time itself? What if causality, the bedrock of all logic, is an illusion we cling to because without it, nothing makes sense? Now question this. When you remember your past, are you remembering the event, or just the current configuration of your brain? And if your brain were rewired to contain the memory of a different past, would you ever know? No, because you'd be trapped in the present configuration, with no way to verify the past. So what is the past except a story your mind constructs now, based on present state? If the past is made in the present, then does the past exist at all? Or is it just a narrative stitched together by neurons to give the illusion of continuity? Now let's fracture the illusion fully. What if your entire life, the highs, the lows, the in-betweens, was just one frozen sculpture? A single shape in a vast timeless block of infinite moments. You think you're moving. You think you're becoming. You think the future is unfolding. But what if you're simply standing still in a hallucination of flow? And all your choices, your regrets, your dreams, were never choices at all. Just coordinates in the static structure of reality. No freedom. No movement. Just being. Already happened. Always happening. And never changing. So now ask, if time is not passing, if all moments are equally real, if your death already exists in a future you cannot reach, then are you living your life? Or just watching a script unfold, one scene at a time, in a story that was always complete? 25. Free will is a beautiful lie you were taught to love, you say. I chose this. I made that decision. I could have done otherwise. You believe in choice, in agency, in authorship. But what if every decision you've ever made was not made by you? What if free will, that precious jewel you hold so tightly, is nothing more than a story your brain tells to make sense of inevitable outcomes? Let's begin with the science. In 1983, neuroscientist Benjamin Libet conducted a now infamous experiment. He asked participants to move their wrist whenever they felt the urge. He recorded their brain activity. And what he found shook the foundations of psychology. The brain initiated the movement before the participants became aware of their decision. Milliseconds before they chose, their neurons had already made the choice. The conscious mind was late to the party. It didn't cause the action. It simply narrated it after the fact. Your will is not the author. It's the storyteller. Now meet fMRI studies that came later. With brain scans, scientists can now predict which button a person will press up to 7 seconds before the person is aware of making a choice. Let that sink in. Your brain decides 7 seconds before your mind catches up. And yet you believe, I just made a decision. What if? That feeling is just the final echo of a process already finished. Now dive into neuroscience. Every choice arises from your brain. Your brain is shaped by genetics you didn't choose, environments you didn't design, traumas you didn't invite, chemicals you didn't command, patterns you didn't install. So tell me, where is the you in that machinery? Where is the room for true choice when every variable has been handed to you? You don't choose your preferences. You discover them. You didn't pick your favorite color. You didn't select your sexual orientation. You didn't decide to be anxious in crowds or to crave solitude in silence. These are emergent properties, not free selections. Now let's go deeper. Imagine rewinding your life to age 6. Same genes, same parents, same experiences. You live it all again. Would you choose differently? No, because with the same inputs, the same system will always produce the same outputs. Your life is not a novel. It's a reaction, a chain of causes playing out with mathematical precision. But your mind can't accept that, so it inserts a ghost in the machine, a phantom self. A narrator whispering, I am in control. Now meet the concept of post hoc rationalization. You decide something, then your brain scrambles to explain why you did it. Often, it lies, it invents reasons, and you believe them. In one study, participants were shown identical faces and asked to pick the more attractive one. Then, using sleight of hand, researchers swapped the faces and asked participants to explain their choice. People didn't notice the switch, and still gave detailed justifications for picking the face they never actually picked. You don't make choices, you interpret them. Now consider priming. When people walk more slowly after seeing words related to aging, when they behave more aggressively after reading words associated with violence, are those choices? Or are you just a wind chime, ringing in response to passing currents you cannot perceive? Your actions are not created by will. They are triggered by stimuli. And your mind rushes in after the fact to build a story around them called intention. Now think of criminals, violent offenders, predators, terrorists. If you had been born in their skin, in their neighborhood, with their DNA, their childhood, their abuse, their mental illness, would you have chosen differently? Would you have become someone else, or would you have become them? The line between choice and compulsion is thinner than you think, and you walk it every day pretending it doesn't exist. Now consider regret. You say, I should have done X. But that implies you could have. You couldn't, because if you could have, you would have. Regret is a glitch in the story, an emotional echo from a self that never had control to begin with. Now let's go darker. If free will is a lie, what happens to morality? To guilt? To punishment? To ambition? If no one chooses anything, how can we blame, or praise, or dream? The system doesn't care. It runs either way. People will still love, hate, strive, fail, but underneath it all is cold machinery, spinning. Gears, chemical storms, computational inevitabilities marching toward entropy. And your consciousness is just a byproduct of that inevitability. Now remember this. Even your belief in free will is not a choice. You believe it because your brain was wired to crave narrative and control. The truth is unbearable, so your biology hides it. But now you've seen behind the curtain. And you're left with this. If you are not the originator of your thoughts, not the chooser of your actions, not the author of your story, then who exactly do you think you are when you say, I decided? Section 26. You never experience reality, only a simulation of it. You think you see the world. You think your eyes give you truth. You think your senses are windows to reality, but they aren't. They never were. What you call reality is not the world itself. It's a filtered hallucination, a custom-made illusion built for survival, not truth. Let's start with your vision. Your eyes receive photons, tiny packets of light. They hit the retina. They're converted into electrical signals, and those signals are interpreted by your brain. But here's the catch. You don't see light. You don't see the photons. You see your brain's best guess of what caused them. You never see the world directly. You see a model. Now consider this. Your eyes only detect a tiny slice of the electromagnetic spectrum. You can't see X-rays or gamma rays, or radio waves, or ultraviolet. These can see ultraviolet. Snakes can see infrared. Birds see more colors than you can. Imagine. So ask yourself, if you can't detect most of the light that surrounds you, what else are you missing? How much of reality is invisible to you? Now go deeper. Your visual field has a blind spot, where the optic nerve meets the eye. You receive no information. Your brain fills it in, seamlessly, automatically. You don't notice, because the brain doesn't show you the truth. It shows you what you expect to see. You are walking through a hallucination that edits itself in real time to match your predictions. And when reality contradicts you, your brain often chooses belief over accuracy. Now consider your sense of color. You think the sky is blue, the grass is green, your shirt is red. But color doesn't exist outside of you. There are no colors in the universe, only wavelengths, only frequencies. Color is a sensation your brain creates to interpret those wavelengths. And that sensation varies across species, across individuals, even across time. The color you see is not the color that is, because there is no color that is. Now turn to sound. Your ears detect air vibrations. That's all. No music, no voices, no words, just waves in the air. Your brain converts those waves into experience. But pitch, tone, melody, language, these are all constructs. They don't exist out there. They exist in here. And they can be distorted by trauma, by drugs, by language, by attention. Two people can hear the same sound and experience entirely different realities. Now ask, if sight and sound are simulations, what about touch, you say? I feel this chair beneath me. But your skin isn't touching anything. The electrons in your atoms are repelling the electrons in the chair. There's no contact. There is only force. And your brain translates that force into the illusion of texture, pressure, warmth. Again, you don't feel the world. You feel your brain's interpretation of forces that cannot be touched. Now look at pain. Pain isn't a signal, it's a perception. Phantom limb. Pain proves this. People feel agony in arms or legs that no longer exist. Why? Because the brain creates the experience independent of the physical body. Which means, pain is not in the body, it's in the simulation. Now meet the interface theory of perception, proposed by cognitive scientist Donald Hoffman. He argues that our perceptions do not reflect reality at all. Instead, they function like a desktop interface. You don't see the circuits inside your computer. You see icons. Not because they're true, but because they're useful. Evolution didn't design your senses to perceive truth. It designed them to help you survive. The truth is irrelevant if it doesn't help you eat, reproduce, or run. So nature gave you a useful illusion and called it reality. Now think about this. If you lived in a perfect simulation, where everything felt real, sounded real, looked real, would you ever know? Could you ever know? If your entire experience is mediated by your brain, then how would you distinguish a real input from a simulated one? You wouldn't, you couldn't, because reality to you is what the brain says it is, even if the brain is wrong. Now return to dreams. In dreams, your senses activate. You see, you hear, you feel, and only later you realize none of it was real. So what guarantees that this moment isn't just a more stable dream? What if your entire life is one long simulation from which you never woke up? What if there is no waking up? Now consider virtual reality. As technology improves, we can simulate more sight, sound, movement, presence. Soon, VR will be indistinguishable from reality, and people will choose to live there. What happens when the fake becomes more real than the real? Will the brain care? Will it notice? No, it never did. Because your brain is not concerned with truth. It's concerned with coherence, with stability, with narrative. So it builds a coherent illusion and locks you inside it. Now ask, if everything you know is a translation, a hallucination, a filtered interface, then what is actually out there? If the real world is forever out of reach, have you ever truly touched reality? Or only ever touched the mask your mind built to hide it? 27. Language is a cage that shapes your thoughts without your consent. You think in words. You speak in language. You believe language reflects thought. But what if language doesn't just reflect thought? What if it creates it? What if every word you use, every sentence you form, every concept you understand is limited, shaped, confined by the very system you use to express it? Let's begin with a chilling truth. You don't speak language. Language speaks you. It programs you from birth, and you never asked for it. Now meet the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, a theory in linguistic relativity. It claims the structure of a language determines how its speakers perceive and think about the world. Not just how they describe it, how they experience it. Different languages equals different realities. Here's proof. The Himba tribe in Namibia has no separate word for blue. They describe it using shades of green. And in tests, they couldn't distinguish blue from green because their language never taught them how. Now flip that. The Himba have over a dozen words for shades of green you cannot even see, because your language never gave you the categories to notice them. You don't see the world as it is. You see what your language allows you to notice. Now think about time. English speakers imagine time as a straight line, past behind, future ahead. But Amara speakers in South America reverse it. They say the past is in front because it's known, and the future is behind because it's unknown. Same reality, different metaphors, different perception. Now explore Gugu Yimithir, an Australian Aboriginal language that has no words for left or right. Instead, they use absolute directions, north, south, east, west. So instead of saying, "There's a spider on your left," they say, "There's a spider southeast of you." Their language forces them to constantly track direction. And they do, with shocking precision, because their grammar requires it. So again, language doesn't just describe thought. It structures it. Now think about emotions. Some languages have words for feelings you can't name. Ame, Japanese, the sweet, helpless dependence on another's indulgence. Litost, Czech, a state of torment created by the realization of one's own misery. Sisu, Finnish, stoic determination, tenacity of purpose, and resilience in the face of adversity. You felt these, but you had no words. So they faded into silence. No word equals, no thought equals no memory. Language shrinks your inner world to fit its vocabulary. Now go deeper. Think about the word self. English treats it as a solid object. But in many Eastern languages, the self is described in fluid, relational terms. Not as an I, but as a shifting role, a node in a web of others. So again, what if your sense of identity is not universal, but linguistically programmed? Now examine how you speak to yourself. Your inner voice uses words, sentences, tenses. You say, "I'm anxious. I'm broken. I can't." But those phrases aren't passive. They're instructions. Your language is programming your reality in real time. Every label you apply becomes a boundary. You don't say, I feel anxious. You say, I am anxious. You make the feeling a trait, permanent, essential, and the language builds the prison you live inside. Now consider this. What if you'd grown up with no words for guilt? For shame? For fear? Would you still feel them? Or would your body shake in silence, without the code to explain its signals? Now let's go even further. Language isn't just a barrier to experience. It's a barrier to thought itself. There are thoughts you cannot think because your language has no mechanism to hold them. You are like a computer with limited syntax. Some equations simply can't compile. And worse, you don't even know which thoughts you're missing. Because without the word, you can't form the thought. You can't ask the question, and you can't sense the absence. Now look at truth. Language builds categories. Good versus evil, right versus wrong, me versus you, mind versus body. But the world is not built from categories. It's built from continuums. Language simplifies reality into binary lies you mistake for insight. It puts edges where none exist. It creates divisions that nature never drew. Now go one step darker. You believe your words reflect meaning. But most language is metaphor. You grasp ideas. You run from problems. You break rules. None of those are literal. But you live them as if they are. Language has become your interface. Not with the world, but with yourself. And just like any interface, it limits what you can do. The interface is not the truth, it's the filter. And your entire mind has been shaped by a filter you didn't design. So ask yourself, if you cannot think beyond the words you've been given, are your thoughts yours? Or are they the echoes of a language you never chose to speak? 28. Your memories are lies you tell yourself to stay sane. You think memory is a recording, a library, a vault of your past. You believe your memories are evidence of who you are, a foundation for your identity, your choices, your story. But your memories are not records. They are reconstructions, and most of them are wrong. Let's begin with Elizabeth Loftus, a pioneer in memory research. She showed that false memories can be implanted with disturbing ease. In one study, participants were told stories about getting lost in a mall as a child. The event never happened. But over time, many came to believe it had. They remembered it. They added details. They felt it. Why? Because memory is not fixed. It's a narrative engine, shaped by emotion, repetition, suggestion. You don't remember events. You remember the last time you remembered them. And every time you recall, you edit. Memory is not a photograph. It's a painting, retouched every time you revisit it. Now meet the Mandela effect. Thousands of people remember Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 1980s. He didn't. They remember the Berenstain Bears. It's actually the Berenstain Bears. They remember Monopoly Man with a monocle. He never had one. These aren't isolated cases. They're collective distortions. Why do they happen? Because memory is social, fragile, and pattern-seeking. You match events to your expectations, not the other way around. Your brain fills in gaps to maintain narrative coherence, not accuracy. Now consider trauma. When something unbearable happens, your brain often fragments the memory, or suppresses it, or rewrites it entirely. And sometimes it inserts false heroes so you don't collapse under the weight of what you did, or didn't do. You are the editor of a story you don't realize you're writing. Now go deeper. Even sensory memory lies. In a study, participants watched a video of a car crash. Some were asked, how fast were the cars going when they smashed? Others were asked, when they hit? Those who heard smashed remembered higher speeds and even broken glass that didn't exist. One word rewrote the entire scene. Language rewires memory. And your memories are rewritten constantly. Now consider identity. Who you believe you are is based on what you remember. But if those memories are flawed, constructed, mutable, then who are you really? A character in a novel being rewritten by a blind author who doesn't remember the original plot. Now enter the false memory syndrome. In some therapy sessions, patients have recovered memories of abuse, violence, even murder, only to later discover these events never occurred. But the emotion was real. The conviction was unshakable. They cried, they trembled, they knew it happened. And yet, it didn't. So ask, if your body believes, your emotions react, your mind constructs details, does it matter if it actually happened? Is a false memory any less real than a true one, if it changes who you are? Now think about nostalgia, the good old days. You remember childhood as pure, simple, warm, but that's not memory. That's selective editing. Your brain dims the pain. It paints over confusion. It bathes the past in golden light so the present feels bearable. You aren't remembering. You're sedating yourself with a dream. Now imagine this. Every night, a version of you goes to sleep believing one story. And every morning, a slightly different version wakes up with the same name, the same habits, but a slightly altered timeline. Every recalled moment is a subtle corruption of the original. You live in a palace built on faulty blueprints. And every step you take adds more cracks to the foundation. Now let's go darker. What if some of your core memories, the ones you build your identity on, are wrong? What if you didn't actually win that competition? What if your parent didn't? Say they were proud of you? What if the moment that made you you was just a fantasy your brain generated to survive? Would you want to know? Could you handle the truth that you are not a product of your past, but a story made of errors, misfires, fabrications? Now meet the reconsolidation theory. Every time you remember something, it becomes vulnerable, open to change, corrupted by emotion, suggestion, context. Then it restores itself, slightly altered. And the next time you recall it, you're not remembering the event. You're remembering the last edited version. Memories degrade. Not like paper, like language in a game of telephone. By the time you're old, you don't have a past. You have a fiction, and you believe it. Now ask, if all you have is memory, and memory is a lie, then who are you, really, beneath the stories you whisper to yourself just to sleep at night? 29. The self is a useful illusion your brain projects to keep you obedient. You wake up. You feel yourself arise. The same voice, the same mind, the same name. You assume there's a center, a you, behind your eyes, pulling levers, making choices, living the story. But that self you feel, that constant, coherent identity, it's a mirage, not a truth. A strategy. Let's begin with what neuroscience knows. There is no central command center in your brain. No self-module. No captain at the helm. Your brain is a collection of subsystems arguing, processing, reacting, all loosely coordinated by evolution. There is no one you. There are only processes. You are a parliament, and half the members don't even know each other. Now, meet Michael Gazzaniga and his split brain studies. Patients with their left and right brain hemispheres disconnected couldn't share information across sides. But here's the chilling part. When the right hemisphere saw something, and the left hemisphere didn't, the patient would still make up an explanation for their reaction. They fabricated a reason on the spot, with absolute confidence. Their conscious self didn't just lie. It didn't know it was lying. Why? Because the self is just a storyteller struggling to explain behavior it doesn't control. You think yourself is the source of your actions. It isn't. It's a narrative filter tacked on after the fact. Now meet Bruce Hood, a cognitive neuroscientist. He says, you are not the thing that thinks the thoughts. You are the thing that believes it is thinking the thoughts. The self is not the thinker. The self is the illusion that thought is. Unified, a comforting mask, a single face for a chaotic swarm. Now go deeper. Think of times you've lost yourself, during flow, during trauma, during orgasm, during extreme grief. Where was you then? Vanished, dissolved, and yet life went on, choices were made. Words were said. Because the self is not required for action, only for explanation. Now consider the default mode network, a region of the brain active when you're not doing anything. It's where the self lives. It's also the root of rumination, depression, anxiety. Because the self is a loop, it spins narratives constantly about the past, the future, what others think, what you deserve. It's not clarity, it's a storm. Now meet anatta, a Buddhist concept. It means non-self. For centuries, mystics have said what science now confirms. The self is not real. It is a fabrication, useful, adaptive, but false. And the tighter you cling to it, the more you suffer. Now consider childhood. You weren't born with a self. It was constructed slowly through feedback. You were told your name. You were punished for bad behavior. You were praised for good. You learned to say, I am this. I am not that. You absorbed expectations and called them identity. And the older you got, the more you performed the you others trained you to be. The self became a script, and now you follow it even when it hurts. Now let's go darker. Think of all the things you tell yourself. I'm not good enough. I'm always this way. I don't deserve that. I must achieve more. Where do those voices come from? They're not you. They're echoes of parents, teachers, culture, trauma. They are installations code written by others. And yet you defend them as truth. Because your mind prefers a horrible self over the terror of having no self at all. Now ask, if the self is an illusion, why does it exist? Because evolution found it useful. A unified self can be rewarded, can be punished, can be threatened with shame, can be controlled. Your self is a compliance mechanism, a prison guard in your head making sure you behave. Without a self, who would obey? Who would conform? Who would plan, regret, apologize, strive? The illusion of self is the price of civilization. Now let's look at dissociative identity disorder. Multiple selves inhabiting one brain, each with its own memories, fears, preferences, voices. Which one is real? All? None? The existence of multiple selves proves the falseness of one. If self is not singular, it is not essential. Now consider psychedelics. Under psilocybin, LSD, DMT, the self melts. People report the same thing. I dissolved. There was no me. Only everything. And yet, they remain conscious, more aware than ever. This proves something vital. Consciousness can exist without the self. So what is you then? Not the body, not the voice in your head, not the story you tell. You are the screen on which the story plays, but the story isn't yours. It's just light and shadow dancing across your awareness. Now ask this, if the self is an illusion, a survival tactic, a recursive fiction built by a noisy brain, then when you say, I know who I am, who is it that's doing the knowing? 30. Free will is a delusion you cling to because the alternative is unbearable. You believe you choose. You believe you decide. You believe you are the author of your actions. But what if every choice you've ever made was not yours? What if free will is not a freedom, but a fairy tale your brain tells itself to avoid the horror of being a passenger? Let's begin with Benjamin Libet. In the 1980s, he ran an experiment that changed everything. Subjects were asked to press a button whenever they felt like it. While they decided, Libet recorded their brain activity. Here's what he found. The brain began preparing the movement up to 7 seconds before the subject became conscious of their decision. Let that sink in. The brain made the decision, Then your consciousness became aware of it. You didn't choose. You were told you chose. Free will wasn't the cause of the action. It was the narrator that arrived too late. Now meet Sam Harris, neuroscientist and philosopher. He writes, "Thoughts emerge in consciousness spontaneously. You don't choose them. You merely become aware of them. Try it now. Think of a number between 1 and 10. Where did that number come from? Did you create it? Or did it arrive, fully formed, in your awareness, your desires, your fears, your decisions? They bubble up from depths you cannot access, from genetics, culture, trauma, memory. And only afterward does your self claim ownership. Now go deeper. Imagine rewinding your life back to a critical decision, a relationship you ended, a school you chose, a risk you took. Now imagine rerunning the scenario with nothing changed. Same brain, same upbringing, same experiences, same biology, same moment. Would you have chosen differently? Of course not. You are the product of forces you do not control and cannot even see. Your choices feel free only because you don't perceive the machinery behind them. Now consider addiction. Why do addicts relapse even when they desperately want to quit? Why do some people spiral while others resist? Because willpower isn't a resource you control. It's a capacity given or denied by biology, history, trauma. The idea of free will blames the broken for being broken. It comforts the lucky with the illusion that they earned it. Now enter determinism. In physics, every particle moves according to laws. If you knew the exact state of the universe in one moment, you could predict the next with absolute certainty. There is no room for randomness, only inevitability. And if your brain is made of particles, then your thoughts are just caused effects in a chain that began long before you were born. Now some say, what about quantum mechanics? Isn't it random? Yes, but randomness is not freedom. Random is uncontrolled. If your choices are determined, you're not free. If they're random, you're still not free. In neither case are you the author. You are not free, you are unaware. Now let's go darker. Think about your worst moments. The words you regret, the betrayals, the rage, the cowardice. Were those choices? Or were they inevitabilities given your wounds? Your state, your inherited programming? What if the monster inside you wasn't your fault? And what if the good parts weren't either? Now imagine this. Every single thing you are, your personality, intelligence, preferences, habits, is a product of causes you didn't choose. You didn't choose your parents. You didn't choose your DNA. You didn't choose your childhood. But those choices chose everything about you. And yet you say, I am free. No, you are the illusion of freedom on a stage built by physics, lit by evolution, scripted by culture. You are not the author. You are the actor reading lines you didn't write. Now ask, if you are not free, why does it feel like you are? Because the illusion is necessary. Civilization needs punishment, responsibility, blame, and none of that works if people are puppets. So we invented free will to make justice possible, to justify praise, to explain shame, to reward the winners and discard the rest. Free will is the lie that makes morality functional. But function is not truth. Now look closer. Even your rebellion is predicted. Even your doubts, your resistance to this idea, are part of the system. The moment you read this and feel defiant, that was programmed too. You can't escape. Because escape is part of the maze. So ask yourself, if every thought is the result of unseen causes, if every choice is the echo of a prior inevitability, if the self is not the driver but the passenger, confused by the direction the car is going, then who are you really? And if you are not in control, who is? Driving this life you call your own? 31. Time does not exist the way you think it does, and neither do you. You move through time like a traveler on a road. You believe in a past that happened, a present you control, and a future you await. You believe in before and after, in cause and effect, in progress. But time, as you know it, does not exist. Not the way you were taught. Not the way you experience it. Let's begin with Einstein. In 1905, he introduced special relativity. And in doing so, he shattered the foundation of your perception. He showed that time is not absolute. It is not a constant backdrop. It is relative, fluid, distorted, shaped by motion and gravity. A clock on a satellite ticks faster than a clock on Earth. Two observers moving at different speeds can disagree on whether events happen simultaneously, and both can be right. So whose now is real? There's no single present. Only a slice of the universe from a particular frame of reference. Now go deeper. In general relativity, Einstein showed that mass bends spacetime, and that time slows down near a gravitational field. Stand near a black hole, and time dilates so intensely that seconds for you become centuries for someone else. So again, which moment is now? Which version of you is real? The one on Earth, or the one falling forever toward the singularity? Now meet the block universe theory. It says, past, present, and future are equally real. Time doesn't flow. It simply is like space. The future is already there. So is the past. You just haven't reached the page your consciousness is reading next. You are not traveling through time. You are being read like a book. And what you call the present is just the word your eyes happen to rest on. Now consider this. If the future already exists, do you make choices? Or do you simply become aware of decisions that were already written? And if your entire life is a frozen block, from birth to death, then nothing you do will change the outcome. Because the outcome already exists, you are not moving through time. Time is moving through you. Now go deeper. Quantum physics brings an even darker twist. At the smallest scales, particles behave like they don't respect your timeline. They exist in superpositions, being in multiple states at once until observed. And worse, some interpretations suggest particles can influence the past based on what's observed in the present. Cause and effect begin to blur. You observe now, and the past adjusts itself to match the outcome. So what then, is real? Now consider Julian Barber, physicist and author of The End of Time. He proposes that time is an illusion, that what we perceive as the flow of time is just a series of discrete nows, each a complete configuration of the universe. No movement, just snapshots, like frames of a film. You're not living, you're flickering. Frame to frame, frozen, timeless. The illusion of motion is created by memory, by traces in your brain that say, something came before. But the past doesn't exist. It never did. Only this does. And now this, and now this. A cascade of illusions masquerading as continuity. Now think about your aging body, your changing thoughts. The idea of progress, of regret. What if these are just frames, isolated moments, stitched together by the illusion of narrative? You are not a river. You are a slideshow, and the machine showing you your life is outside of time. Now go deeper still. Think about how your perception of time changes. A minute can feel like an hour. A year can vanish in a blink. Your brain is not measuring time, it's simulating it. There is no internal clock, just chemical pulses, shifting attention. Subjective distortion, which means your entire experience of duration is just another fabrication, another dream. Now ask yourself, if the past is gone, and the future is already written, if now is not universal, if time itself is a warped, inconsistent illusion, then where exactly do you exist? Because if time isn't real, then neither is change, or progress, or choice. You are a fixed configuration in a timeless block of possibilities, not a life. A freeze frame of awareness in an unblinking eternity. And if all of you, the child, the adult, the dying self, already exist in their own unchanging frames, then who is the you that believes it's moving through anything at all? 32. Consciousness is not what you think it is, and it may not even be yours. You believe you are conscious. You believe that this stream of awareness, this inner light belongs to you. You believe that behind your eyes, behind your thoughts, there is someone watching. But what if consciousness is not personal? What if it doesn't belong to you at all? Let's begin with the basics. We don't know what consciousness is. Science can't explain how electrochemical activity in neurons creates the feeling of red, the taste of sweetness, the pain of shame. This is known as the hard problem of consciousness, a term coined by philosopher David Chalmers. We can describe the mechanisms: neurons firing, circuits engaging, areas lighting up. But how that activity produces subjective experience remains completely unexplained. We know the brain is involved, but we don't know how awareness emerges from matter. And worse, we don't even know if it does. Now meet Integrated Information Theory, IIT. It proposes that consciousness arises from the integration of information, the way different parts of a system communicate in a unified whole. It suggests that consciousness is not exclusive to humans. It may appear in varying degrees in animals, in machines, in the earth itself. You are not special. You are not the center. You are a node in a vast spectrum of awareness. Now consider panpsychism, an ancient idea gaining modern traction. It says that consciousness is not produced by matter. It is a fundamental property of reality, like gravity, like mass. Every particle, every atom, every quark has a tiny sliver of awareness. And when matter organizes itself into complex systems, like your brain, consciousness coalesces, like droplets forming an ocean. This means you are not a source of consciousness. You are a pattern through which consciousness flows. Like a whirlpool in a river. It looks like a thing, but it is just movement, just process. When the pattern breaks, when you die, the consciousness doesn't disappear. It was never yours to begin with. Now ask, if consciousness is everywhere, then whose experience is this? What if you are not experiencing awareness, but awareness is experiencing you? Now go deeper. There's a phenomenon called the binding problem. Different parts of your brain process color, shape, sound, emotion. But somehow you experience it all as one unified moment. No one knows how. There is no central location in the brain where it all comes together, and yet here you are, feeling it all at once, which suggests there may be no place where consciousness occurs. It's not in your skull. It's not a thing. It's a field, a condition. Now let's disturb the self even more. Under anesthesia, you vanish. Gone, no dreams, no awareness. Hours later, you return, as if no time passed. Where did you go? Where is your consciousness when it's not active? It didn't fade. It wasn't dreaming. It was absent, not dormant, not hidden, gone. So who are you if you can disappear completely? Now consider the split brain studies again. When the hemispheres of the brain are severed, two separate consciousnesses emerge, one in the left hand, one in the right. They argue, they disagree, they disobey. Which one is the real you? Both? Neither? This proves something terrifying. Consciousness is not unified. It is fragmented, modular, divisible. And the you feel is a convenient hallucination. A summary, a simplification. Now let's examine alien hand syndrome. A condition where a person's hand moves without their permission. It grabs things, fights back, sometimes attacks its owner. The person watches it happen, unable to stop. The brain controls the body. But the self is left out of the loop. So what does this say about your ownership of thought? If your body can act without you, can your mind? How many of your thoughts are like the alien hand? How many choices were just noise your brain interpreted after the fact? Now look at meditation. Go still, breathe, watch your thoughts. Do they obey, or do they arise unbidden? Try to stop them, try to control them. You'll realize you are not the thinker, you are the witness. Now take it further. What if there is no witness, no watcher? What if the act of watching is itself a construction? A loop? You only think someone is home because the lights are on. Now consider this. If consciousness is not produced but received like a radio signal, then the brain is not a generator. It's a tuner. And death is not a turning off. It is a detuning, a shift. The program changes, the pattern dissolves, and the awareness continues elsewhere, but not as you, because you never owned it. You were just the shape it wore. For a while, now ask, if consciousness is not yours, if it is not located, if it is not stable, if it is not even necessary for action or selfhood, then what exactly is having this experience? And if the awareness that fills you was never yours to begin with, then what were you all this time but a lens for a light you mistook as your own? 33. Language is a cage that traps you inside a false reality. You speak, you think. You describe your world with words, truth, self, love, reality. But what if the words you use don't describe reality? They create it? What if language doesn't reflect the world, but limits your ability to see it? Language feels like a window. It lets you organize chaos, connect to others, express what's inside. But in truth, language is a prison that walls you off from the real. Let's begin with a simple truth. You don't think in pure experience. You think in symbols. Try to have a thought without words, without imagery, without categories. Can you? You can't, because your mind has been hijacked by the very tool meant to free it. Now meet the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. It states that the language you speak shapes the way you think. Not just how you talk, how you perceive. Some tribes have no word for left or right. They use cardinal directions only. They don't say your left hand. They say your southwest hand. And as a result, they always know which direction they're facing. Their language created a different model of the world. Or consider the Pirahu people of the Amazon. They have no words for exact numbers, no word for yesterday, no stories of the past. They don't conceptualize time the way you do, because their language doesn't allow it. This means something chilling. What you can't say, you can't think, and what you can't think, you can't see. Language doesn't describe reality. It filters it. Now think about how words simplify. Tree. What is a tree? Is it a maple, an oak, a dying stump? Language collapses a million complex experiences into a single label. You no longer see the thing, you see the word. You look at the sky and think cloud, and so you stop seeing it. You look at a person and think friend, enemy, stranger, and never see who they actually are. Words become walls. Symbols become blinders. Now meet Ludwig Wittgenstein, philosopher of language. He said, "The limits of my language mean the limits of my world. And whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent." If your language doesn't contain a concept, that part of reality becomes invisible to you. Language is not a mirror, it's a map. And worse, you think the map is the territory. Now go deeper. Consider how you name emotions. You feel something heavy in your chest. You say, "I am anxious." And just like that, the feeling becomes defined. But is that what it was? Or did naming it trap it? You've learned to call sensations by the names given to you. But what were they before language claimed them? Language doesn't clarify. It shrinks the vastness of feeling into predefined categories. You no longer feel raw experience. You feel only what your language permits. Now let's make it worse. Language is recursive. You define words with other words. Try to define truth without using any synonym of truth. You can't, because language is a closed system. A hall of mirrors. You are trapped inside a machine that talks to itself. And everything you believe is just an echo of that machine. Now think of memory. When you recall something, you don't retrieve a file. You reconstruct the experience using words, images, assumptions. And each time you overwrite it, you think in narrative. Your mind turns memory into story. The story becomes belief. And the belief becomes identity. But the raw experience is gone, lost beneath layers of linguistic distortion. Now meet Korzybski, who said, "The map is not the territory." You mistake words for reality. You say, "I feel sad," and believe you've understood it. But you haven't. You've reduced it to a label. A two-syllable cage around something vast, living, and complex. Now ask, how many thoughts have you had that were truly yours? Not borrowed words, not recycled phrases, not cultural scripts. Where is the edge between your mind and your language? There isn't one, because the mind is language. Without it, you would be mute, sensory, animal, maybe free. Now consider this. When you were born, you had no words. You screamed. You cried. You felt everything. And then slowly, they taught you language. They gave you a name. They told you, this is red, this is wrong, this is you. And with every word you learned, your vision narrowed. You gained clarity and lost truth. Now you think in language. You dream in language. You suffer in language. But the real is wordless. And now ask, if language built the walls of your world, if every concept you cling to is a product of labels that limit what you can know, then what would remain if language were stripped away? What would be left if you could no longer say, I, or this, or real? And if the words in your head are not yours, but the inheritance of a culture you never consented to, then who, exactly, is doing the thinking inside your mind? 34. The self is an illusion constructed by memory, and memory is a lie. You think you are someone. You think there's a solid thread, a line from who you were to who you are to who you'll become. But what if the self you cling to is not a being, but a story? A fragile illusion stitched together by fragments, inconsistencies, and lies? Let's start at the center, memory. You think memory is a recording. It isn't. Memory is reconstruction. Every time you remember, you don't replay, you rewrite. You rebuild the past based on emotion, expectation, suggestion. The original is gone, forever, and yet you trust memory as the foundation of self. You say, I know who I am because I remember, but if memory is a lie, then so are you. Now meet Elizabeth Loftus, psychologist. Her research shows how easily false memories can be implanted. She convinced people they had been lost in a mall as a child, even though it never happened. They remembered the event, invented details, felt emotion, all fake, all fabricated, all believed. If your mind can do that, what else is false? How many of your cherished moments never occurred? Now think of trauma, not what happened, but how it was encoded. Trauma rewires memory. It amplifies certain details, erases others, rewrites sequences. You don't remember what happened. You remember how you felt when you tried to survive it, and that becomes the story. Now meet the default mode network, the part of your brain responsible for self-reflection, autobiographical memory, and mental time travel. When it's active, you construct your identity. You imagine futures. You revisit your past. But when it's shut down, in deep meditation, psychedelic states, near-death experiences, the sense of I dissolves. No past, no narrative. Number. Identity, just awareness, which proves the self is not a constant. It is an activity, a process. A hallucination your brain performs when it has nothing better to do. Now ask, if your you vanishes in altered states, was it ever real? Or just a useful fiction? Now consider amnesia. People lose memory, and with it, they lose identity. They don't just forget names, they forget themselves. Their preferences, fears, personality. When memory is erased, the self goes with it. So what does that mean about who you are right now? You are not a person. You are a pile of remembered events and the stories you attach to them. Remove the memories, and the self collapses. Now meet the ship of Theseus. A thought experiment. If you replace each wooden plank of a ship, one by one, until none of the original remains, is it still the same ship? Now apply that to yourself. Every cell in your body has been replaced. Your thoughts have changed, your beliefs, your habits. You're not the child you were. You're not the person from last year. So who, exactly are you now, if nothing remains? What is it you call me? Now go further. When you recall your past, you imagine a version of yourself with the same consciousness you have now. But that's false. Your past self didn't know what you know now, didn't feel what you feel now, didn't see the world the way you do now. You've rewritten them to make the story coherent, because coherence feels safe. But truth doesn't care about coherence. Truth is fracture. Truth is discontinuity. And identity is a coping mechanism. Now meet neuroscientist Anil Seth. He says the self is a controlled hallucination, like color, like sound, like time. Your brain simulates a model of a person and convinces you it's you. But you are not a person. You are the hallucination of a person. Now think of the mirror. You look, you see a face. You say, that's me. But is it? Or is it a pattern you've been trained to associate with memory and habit? The reflection has no self. It's glass, light, reflected photons, and yet you pour your identity into that ghost. Now consider this. Your name was given to you. Your language was given to you. Your values, your stories, your trauma, all shaped by forces you did not choose. And still, you claim authorship. You say, this is who I am. But who is speaking? A voice made of memories that can be altered, deleted, rewritten by accident, by trauma, by disease. If identity is just memory, and memory is just narrative, and narrative is just survival strategy, then who are you when the story ends? And if you are just the story, then who is reading it right now? 35-reality is a hallucination. You agree with, and sanity is just consensus. You think you're sane. You think what you see is real, what you hear is accurate, what you believe is valid. But what if reality isn't real? What if everything you call real is simply a hallucination that other people agree on? Let's start with perception. Your eyes don't see, your ears don't hear. They receive signals, light waves, sound waves, electrical pulses. But those signals mean nothing on their own. Your brain interprets them. It turns photons into color, vibrations into music, air pressure into words. But here's the horror. None of those things exist outside your brain. There's no color. There is no sound. Just meaningless waves, translated by a machine trained to hallucinate consistency. Now meet Anil Seth again. He calls perception a controlled hallucination. Your brain is constantly guessing what's out there. It makes predictions. It compares them to input, and updates the hallucination accordingly. You are not seeing reality. You are hallucinating reality and adjusting it to fit your expectations. Now think about how easily this hallucination can break. Under psychedelics, a doorknob becomes a breathing organism. A word becomes a portal. Time stops. Under schizophrenia, voices emerge from silence, faces morph, fear becomes a fact. And in both cases, the person insists, this is real. So what makes your hallucination more valid than theirs? Consensus. You agree with others on what the hallucination should look like. You've been trained to align your delusions with those of the tribe. You say a tree is green not because it is, but because that's the label you were taught to assign to. That wavelength, you don't see green. You see an inherited agreement. Now meet Thomas Metzinger, philosopher of mind. He argues that the self is a transparent model. You are being fed a simulation of the world and of yourself in it. But because the simulation is so good, you don't see it as a simulation. You see it as reality, but it's not. It's a user interface. Just like icons on a screen aren't real folders or files, your perceptions are not the world. Just shortcuts, efficient lies. Now ask yourself, if your brain hides the simulation from you and calls it truth, how would you ever know you were hallucinating? You wouldn't, because hallucinations that are consistent with other people's hallucinations get called normal. That's what sanity is. Not truth, not clarity, agreement. Now go deeper. You see people talking to themselves and you call them insane. But you talk to yourself too, silently, constantly. You narrate your life. You argue with imaginary versions of others. You rehearse pain and replay victories. But because your inner voice doesn't disturb others, it's called thinking, not madness. You hallucinate meaning in clouds, patterns in numbers, fate in coincidence. You feel watched, judged, guided. But because the hallucination wears the clothes of culture, religion, psychology, science, you call it belief, not delusion. Now meet the McGurk effect. Watch a video of someone saying ba, dub over it with fa. You will hear fa, even though the sound is ba. Why? Because your brain trusts vision over sound. It creates a new auditory reality to match the visual input. In other words, you hear what you see. You hallucinate to maintain coherence. Now think of dreams. In them, the impossible feels real. The absurd is accepted. You fly, you die. You love people who no longer exist. And it all feels normal until you wake. So ask, what if you haven't woken up yet? What if this is another layer of the dream, more persistent, more coherent, but still simulated? Now let's break sanity. When someone has a psychotic break, they stop syncing their hallucinations with others. They see patterns others don't, hear meanings others miss. They aren't wrong. They're out of sync. That's what madness is. Not a different reality, just a different filter. Now meet Jean Baudrillard, philosopher of simulation. He says we no longer live in reality, we live in simulacra. Copies of copies. A world where signs refer only to other signs, never to anything real. News is not about truth. It's about narrative. Culture is not about meaning. It's about image. You live in symbols, media, performance. The real has been replaced by the representation. And you didn't even notice. Now look around your room. Every object has a story, a use, a label. But strip away language, function, memory, and what are you left with? Shape, color, texture, sensation. And even that is just neural interpretation. You do not live in the world. You live in a reality model constructed by your brain to keep you from going insane. But here's the twist. Insanity is just reality without the filter. Now ask, if everything you perceive is shaped by expectation, if truth is indistinguishable from high resolution, hallucination, if your sanity depends on others agreeing with your simulation, then who are you when you're alone with your mind? And if reality is just a hallucination you happen to share, then what happens when no one else is left to agree with you? 36. Time is a lie you're forced to believe to prevent collapse. You believe in time. You think it moves forward. You think there's a past that's gone, a present you occupy, and a future racing toward you. But what if time isn't linear? What if it's not flowing at all? What if it's a cage, constructed by your brain to preserve your illusion of continuity. Let's begin with physics. Einstein destroyed your idea of time, and you never noticed. According to special relativity, there is no universal now. Time is not absolute. It is relative, dependent on speed, gravity, and perspective. Two people moving at different speeds will experience different durations between the same two events. Now ask, if now is different for each observer, whose now is real? The answer, none. Time is not a shared flow. It's a coordinate system, like latitude and longitude. Einstein's block universe says, all of time past, present, future, already exists. Every moment is fixed in a four-dimensional space-time structure. You don't move through time. Your consciousness moves through a pre-existing landscape. The future isn't coming. It's already here. You just haven't gotten to it yet, but it exists right now. Just like the room behind your back, still there, even though you're not looking. So what does this mean? The moment you call now is arbitrary, a slice, a perspective. You are not in time. You are time blind. Now meet Julian Barber, physicist. He argues time doesn't exist at all, only change exists. Moments are like still. FRAM is each one complete, each one existing independently. Your sense of time passing is an illusion created by your memory of the last frame. Like flipping through a flipbook and mistaking it for motion. You don't experience time. You experience a sequence of stillness. Now go deeper. Your brain can only process one moment at a time. To make sense of chaos, it stitches those moments into a coherent narrative. It invents time so you don't break. This invention is your sanity. Now meet the chronostasis illusion. Ever glance at a clock and notice the second hand seems frozen? Just for a moment? That's your brain overwriting time. Filling in the gap. Smoothing the glitch. It edits reality to preserve the illusion of flow. You never notice. Because your mind needs the lie more than it needs the truth. Now consider déjà vu. That eerie feeling that you've been here before. Your brain malfunctions. Misfiles the present as if it were a memory. Suddenly, the now feels like the past. A reminder that time, as you feel it, is not stable. Now ask, if your sense of time can be tricked by a glitch, if the flow of time can be paused, stretched, reversed, was it ever real? Or just a useful hallucination? Now meet Hermann Minkowski, Einstein's mentor. He said, space and time are not separate. They are one thing, space-time. You do not move through time. You move through space-time. But your mind cannot grasp this, so it pretends. It creates a story. Beginning, middle, end. It projects memory backward. It projects hope forward, but both are hallucinations. Now think of memory again. You remember not because the past exists, but because your brain stores a simulation. You predict not because the future is real, but because your brain calculates possibilities. But none of this confirms the existence of time. It confirms only your dependence on a timeline to hold yourself together. Now meet entropy. The arrow of time, scientists say, is defined by entropy increasing. But entropy is not time. It's just change in order. You are trained to interpret disorder as progression. But entropy is not a clock. It's a mirror. Now think about sleep. You close your eyes, drift into darkness. Wake up, hours passed. But where was you during those hours? Did time flow? Or did you vanish and return to a different frame? If time passed, where were you? And if you weren't there to experience it, did it happen at all? Now let's take away memory. No past, no story. Just this moment, again and again. You wouldn't know if time was moving. You wouldn't know who you were. You wouldn't know how long you've been here. You would only know now. And maybe that's all there ever is. A flicker, a flash, a fragment. Not time, just this. Now ask yourself, If the future already exists, and the past never left, and the present is just a mental illusion you're forced to maintain, then where exactly are you right now? And if time isn't real, what is it you think you're running out of? 37. Free will is the most beautiful lie you'll ever believe. You think you choose. You think your thoughts are yours. That your actions come from some deep interior source, a place called will. But what if that source doesn't exist? What if the self that chooses is just an echo of causes you'll never see? Let's begin with the illusion. You feel a thought rise. You decide. You act. But pause. Where did the thought come from? Did you choose to think it? Or did it arrive uninvited from somewhere beneath your awareness? Now meet Benjamin Libet, neuroscientist. He wired people up to measure the moment they decided to move their hand. But what he found was devastating. The brain showed activity before they were aware of choosing. Up to 7 seconds before. In other words, your brain decides before you do. And you just watch. You are not the author. You are the observer with the illusion of authorship. Now meet Sam Harris, neuroscientist and philosopher. He argues that free will is incoherent. You didn't choose your genes. You didn't choose your parents. You didn't choose your brain, your upbringing, your traumas. And yet, you hold yourself responsible for the consequences. You are a machine programmed by biology, shaped by environment, driven by causes you didn't initiate and don't understand. So when you say, I chose, who is this I? Now go deeper. Consider addiction. The addict doesn't want to use. They swear they won't. They suffer, they cry, and then they use. Is that free will? Or is it the outcome of a system? Overwhelmed by compulsion? Now think of yourself. How often do you act against your own desires? You procrastinate, you overeat, you lash out, you regret. If you have free will, why do you fail to obey your own commands? Now meet Daniel Wigner, psychologist. He showed that the experience of will can be manufactured. Subjects move there. Arms without control, but believe they chose to move. Why? Because the brain is wired to invent a story of control after the fact. You act, then your mind writes the script. Free will is just a voiceover. Now think of a decision, any decision. Maybe you're choosing between coffee or tea. You weigh the pros and cons, you think, you choose. But where did your preferences come from? Did you choose to prefer coffee? Did you choose your taste buds, your past experiences, your cultural influences? You were programmed to prefer one over the other. And then your brain constructed a story called choice. Now meet Spinoza, philosopher. He said, men are conscious of their desires, but ignorant of the causes that determine them. You feel agency because you don't see the strings. But if you followed the string back through every memory, every neuron, every evolutionary impulse, you'd see this. There was never a single moment you were free. Now consider determinism. If the universe operates by cause and effect, like dominoes falling, then every event is the result of what came before, including you, including your thoughts, including this very moment. And if all your actions were caused by prior states outside your control, then what exactly did you ever decide? Now you might protest, but I feel free. Of course you do. Because the illusion is perfect. It has to be. If you saw the machinery, if you understood that your suffering was pre-written, you'd collapse. You'd stop playing the game. So the mind pretends. It pretends you are the driver, not the passenger. The dreamer, not the dream. The source, not the result. Now go darker. If no one has free will, then no one is guilty, not truly. Not the murderer, not the abuser, not the tyrant. They are machines running broken code. But if no one is guilty, then no one is innocent either. There are no heroes, only patterns, only echoes, only systems playing themselves out. And you, in all your triumphs and failures, are just a flicker in the vast algorithm of cause and effect. Now ask yourself, if you did not choose to be who you are, if every thought, desire, and regret was placed inside you by forces you cannot name, then who do you forgive? Who do you blame? And who, exactly, do you think is choosing to ask these questions? 38. Language is a prison you mistake for thought. You believe you're thinking. Right now, as your eyes scan these lines, you believe your mind is moving freely, constructing ideas, forming judgments, navigating meaning. But what if you're not thinking at all? What if what you call thought is just language? Reciting itself? Let's begin with the voice in your head. It speaks, doesn't it? Endlessly, narrating, commenting, judging, worrying. But what is that voice made of? Words, and those words, they weren't yours. You didn't invent the word tree, or me, or pain, or truth. You inherited a dictionary, written by the dead. Every thought you have is limited by vocabulary, by syntax, by structure. You are not a thinker. You are a speaker trapped inside a box of borrowed terms. Now meet Ludwig Wittgenstein, philosopher of language. He said, "The limits of my language mean the limits of my world." You cannot think what you cannot say. There is no freedom outside your lexicon. Now imagine a feeling so vast, so raw, that it has no word. Can you grasp it? Or does it vanish unspeakable, untranslatable, therefore unreal? You've been taught that naming a thing is understanding it. But what if naming is just caging? You say, "I am sad." But sadness is not a word. It is a storm, compressed into a symbol, then filed under S. Once labeled, the feeling dies. It becomes manageable, forgettable. Language kills immediacy. It replaces experience with symbol. You no longer feel the world. You describe it. Now meet George Orwell. He warned of newspeak, a language designed to reduce the range of thought. Fewer words equals fewer thoughts. No word for freedom? Then no way to desire it. Now realize you are already in newspeak. Your emotions are categorized, your morality predefined. Your suffering named and filed under diagnoses. Everything sanitized, standardized, sterilized by language. Now consider babies. Before they learn words, they see the world, raw, unmediated, a swirl of sensation. But once they learn that blue is blue and pain is pain, they stop experiencing. They start labeling. Language collapses the infinite into the familiar. Now meet Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, the idea that language determines thought. The Hopi people have no past tense. They don't remember, they re-experience. The Pirahu tribe has no numbers. They cannot count. Not because they are incapable, but because their language never carved the world that way. Now ask, how would your mind work if it had no words for time, for death, for love? Would you still suffer? Would you still fear? Would you still be? Now go darker. When you argue with yourself, when you spiral, it's not thought, it's speech. And when the voice becomes cruel, vicious, self-loathing, that's not your soul speaking. It's your language system running corrupted code. You heard from others, parents, teachers, enemies, echoing back as if they were your own. But they're not, they're parasites. Language is a virus you were infected with as a child. And like any virus, it rewrites your behavior to serve its own replication. You speak not to express self, but to spread language. And the illusion of self emerges from that very speech. Now meet Derrida, philosopher of deconstruction. He argued that language never refers to meaning directly. Every word refers only to other words. Meaning is deferred, forever, endlessly. Try to define truth. You'll use more words, which require more definitions, which refer to more words. There is no bottom, no foundation, only a hall of mirrors. And yet, you trust language too. Explain the world, but it can't. It only explains itself. Now consider silence, true silence, No inner voice, no labels, no commentary, just sensation, raw, unfiltered. You've felt it before. Moments of awe, terror, grief, ecstasy. The voice goes silent, words fail. And for a moment, you exist. Then the voice returns, wraps experience in grammar, and kills the moment so it can be remembered. Now ask, if you cannot think outside language and language is not yours, then who or what is doing the thinking? And if you are just a script, speaking itself aloud, then who is listening? 39. The self is a story that forgot it was fiction, you say, I. As if it means something. As if there's someone in there, watching, deciding, owning the thoughts, living the life. But what if the I doesn't exist? What if the self is just a convenient fiction? A story told too well for too long, until the narrator forgot. It was a character? Let's begin with the mirror. You look at your reflection and say, that's me, but it's not. It's an image, reversed, flattened, frozen in time. Yet you identify with it, you maintain it, you protect it. You fear death not because of pain, but because the image will be erased. Now meet David Hume, who searched for the self in all his thoughts and sensations. He found only experiences. No thinker, no center. Just a stream of impressions, each one replacing the last. He wrote, I never can catch myself without a perception, and never can observe anything but the perception. You are not a self, you are a sequence. Now meet Buddhist philosophy, which calls this illusion anatta, no self. There is no soul, no fixed core. Just skandhas form, sensation, perception, formation, consciousness, bundled together like a flame made of fuel. Remove the parts, and the fire vanishes. Now go deeper. Your memories are not recordings, they are reconstructions. Each time you recall one, you rewrite it, alter it, filter it through who you are now. And who you are now is a story you didn't write. Your parents wrote chapter 1. Your peers added dialogue. Culture set the genre. You are an autobiography edited by strangers. Now meet Michael Gazzaniga, who studied patients with split brains. One hemisphere saw an image. The other didn't, yet it made up a story to explain the response. Not based on truth, but on narrative coherence. The interpreter module in your left brain is wired to lie, to invent meaning. To protect the illusion of self, you are not living the truth. You are narrating a myth, and the myth's main character is you. Now ask, when you change over time, your body, your beliefs, your memories, what remains the same? Nothing. Not your cells, not your habits, not your loves. And yet, you insist you're the same person you were 5 years ago. Why? Because the story has continuity. But the character has changed. Now meet Thomas Metzinger, who says the self is a model, transparent, persistent, but not real. Like the icon of a file on your desktop. It doesn't show you the code, the data, the chaos. It shows you a representation your brain can interact with. You are not the file. You are the icon. And you think the icon is alive. Now look at your suffering. You say, I'm in pain. But who is the I? The body? The mind? The memory of being hurt? Can you find the exact location of this you that suffers? When you feel joy, is it in the chest, the head, the eyes? Where is the owner of these sensations? Nowhere. Because ownership is an idea, a metaphor. You do not own your thoughts. You are your thoughts until they change. Then you're someone else. Now go darker. What if there is no observer? What if consciousness is just awareness without a center? Like the sky, vast open, with thoughts as clouds passing through. You say, I am thinking, but thoughts think themselves. You say, I am breathing, but the body breathes itself. You say, I am deciding, but decisions arise from subconscious storms. And the self, The one who claims these actions appears only after they begin. You are the echo, the afterthought, the lie told to hold the chaos together. Now meet the mirror test used to measure self-recognition. Chimps, dolphins, magpies pass it. They touch the mark on their head in the mirror. They recognize the image as me. But does that prove a self, or just an advanced feedback loop? And if animals can recognize themselves, do they suffer from the same lie? Are they haunted by the illusion of I? Or is that curse reserved for humans because we named the ghost and fed it stories until it became God? Now ask, if the self is a story, a fiction built from memory, language, expectation, then what happens when the story stops? What remains when you stop saying, I? Who are you without the words? Who watches when the watcher dissolves? And if no one is really there, then who has been afraid all this time? Final collapse. The dreamer who cannot wake you made it here. Through paradox, illusion, recursion, erasure, section after section, peeling back the scaffolding that held your reality. Together, you thought there would be clarity, that beneath the lies some bedrock truth awaited, a center you could touch. But you've seen now, there's no center, no floor, no you. Only nested loops of stories told by nothing to no one. You are the echo of a cause you'll never find, a thought without a thinker, a flicker mistaken for flame. You are the mirror forgetting it reflects, longing to see itself in eyes that do not exist. You are the map that confused itself for territory. You are the dream that believes it is awake. You wanted truth. You found recursion. You wanted peace. You found entropy. You wanted self. You found simulation. Now silence. Now stillness. Now the question that never ends. If all of this was just a projection, what is it that keeps watching even after the screen fades to black?